So the Zoom says that I can't do video because you don't allow me to do video. Would you be kind enough to check the settings for everyone?
Yes, I will. 1 second. Oh. It appears you should be able to start your video.
I get the note you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Okay. Oh, just one moment. How's that?
I know I should put on makeup, but that's not a good enough reason.
Okay.
Cecil, I'm getting the same thing. It won't let me turn my video on.
Okay, let me take a look at that.
There was an update on Zoom and I had problems the other night with a blank screen. So this may be part of that.
I'm using the last link that was sent and I see other people, but I don't see past. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, when did it happen here? Sorry,
Okay.
guys.
All right, let's see. Still says it invites you to do your video and then it says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
Oh, I see
There,
you.
now
Okay,
I'm in.
Now
You're
I'm
on.
on. Now
Yeah.
I'm on. Okay. Okay. All right. Everybody's picture on. Everyone to do a picture check. Make sure we're video seeing everybody. Okay. Bill, are you okay? Okay.
I'm good, yes.
Okay, but we don't see your face.
Now, if you want to see my face, I can show you the
There you
face.
go.
There
Okay,
you
just
go.
checking. Good enough. Thank you. Thanks, Cecil. All right. So welcome. I call to order this study session meeting of the City of Campbell City Council on this Tuesday, September 21, 2021. This special council meeting is conducted via telecommunications and is compliant with the provisions of the Brown Act and Executive Order N2920 issued by the governor. This city council meeting is being live streamed on channel 26, the city's website, and on YouTube. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee,
Present.
Councilwoman Landry,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff,
He is recusing himself from this meeting based on the proximity of his home to the project location.
Mayor Gibbons.
Here. Excuse me. Thank you. At this time, as the study session begins, we will take public comment. Do we have anyone wishing to speak to public comments?
We have a few signed up under oral requests, but we might want to confirm that their comments are not relating to this Measure O PD design.
Okay, would you do that for us?
Sure. So we have 4 attendees on the line with us. If you could raise your hand if you'd like to speak about the PD design building, you have a raise hand function on your screen.
I see no raised hands.
No, neither do I. And so the other oral request will be heard at the 7:30.
Thank you very much. Okay. As there are no public comments, we will begin the presentation. And this is Measure O, the Police Operations Building Design Development. The recommended action.
Mr. John Field just raised his hand. Do you want to hear his public comment before we?
Yes, if he wants to speak on this topic, not what do you call it? Not anything else. Well, let me rephrase. Public comment is on the police building only at this time.
No, I understand that, but
Okay.
when I read the meeting agenda announcement, it didn't really specify that. It just said general comments would start the meeting. There was not an indication of 5:30 or 7:30. I only have short comments if you're willing to hear them.
So it related to the police building.
No, but the meeting agenda didn't say that these beginning comments had to be related to the police building.
so,
That's my point.
Okay, so city clerk and city attorney, help me if I'm wrong here. This study session is only related to the police building, we have the regular city council meeting starting at 7:30. And that oral is the point of oral requests. Am I correct?
Oh,
That is correct, Mayor Gibbons. In a special meeting such as this, comments are restricted to the topic that has been agendized.
okay. That was not clear in your thing, but that's okay. So
Sorry
how
for that.
how do I come back at 7:30 to,
So I believe the Zoom meeting number is the same, is it?
Yes.
Yes, it is. The Zoom link is the same.
So
It's a-
you're more than welcome to stay on
Okay.
and listen to this meeting, but you can then be recognized during the oral request at the regular meeting starting at 7:30. So you can stay on or you
All
can
right.
come back.
oh, I'll come back. I don't want to disrupt your proceeding. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll see you in a few hours. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? We're all set with that?
I believe that is the last hand.
All right. So we will then begin. The Measure O Police Operations Building Design Development. The recommended action is that the City Council receive and consider the design development for the Police Operations Building project and provide feedback to staff regarding further details to be focused on during the construction document phase. So I think, Todd, are you beginning, Brian, or are we going directly to LPA?
I will begin if it suits the mayor and the council.
Sure.
So thank you and good afternoon. So as the mayor introduced the item, this is the PD design development. The police building project was last before council on May 4th when you approved the schematic design. However, council did provide some very specific direction to add back the second driveway on the First Street lot, to reevaluate the entrance plaza, and to consider the use of the existing PD restrooms with access from the Orchard City Green side. Those items were all addressed in an informational memo, which was sent to council on July 2nd and is attached to your council packet as well. You will see this evening that the design development in many ways is similar to what was proposed, what was presented back in May, but with those and other very specific refinements, which will be addressed by Jeremy Hart of LPA very shortly. I wanted also to note for the council that we are now showing the construction budget. As in the past, we've focused very narrowly on the construction budget. We are now showing the construction budget in the context of all resources allocated to the PD project. This includes $25 million of Measure O funding, $3.9 million of state funding to largely address FF&E, but also building resiliency, as well as $200 in grant funding from Silicon Valley Clean Energy to address the installation of the PV panels. So that's a total project budget of $29.1 million, which is addressed in the cover report from both the expenditures, from the revenue side and the expenditure side. And in addition to this information, council was also presented with the overall updated associated, with the updated associated cost estimate, as well as an updated overview of the Measure O budget strategy, which were attachments to this agenda packet as well. I also want to recognize that there was a desk item, which was sent out very recently. Thank you to Dusty on that. It was noted that this is a replacement for slide 32 in what you're going to see from Jeremy this evening in the presentation. Slide 32 may not resonate with you because everything is numbered by packet pages. So let me tell you in advance that the slide you got replaces packet page number 53. And that will more accurately reflect the FF&E projected expenses. So with all that housekeeping out of the way, I will now hand it over to Jeremy, and he will walk you through the design development and his presentation. And we will all be available for questions and discussion afterward. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for having me back to present the 100% design development package designed for the PD. I will share my screen. so that we can all view the presentation. And let's see. Are you all seeing the screen at this point?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So Todd gave us a good introduction. I'm going to walk you through our project schedule today. We're going to review the site planning and design. We'll review the building layout, review the design of the building, the project budget, and then we'll talk about our next steps on the project. So our project schedule, where we've been so far. We've been before you a number of times over the last year or so. We've gone through the space planning, the programming, the needs assessment, understanding of different design alternatives. We've been through the schematic design portion, kicking off in February and wrapping up with a presentation to you in May. And then since our last presentation in May, we have been very diligently working through the design development portion of the package, approximating about 30% completion of our documents. And so here we are today, presenting to you the culmination of those efforts.
Jeremy, excuse me, can you enlarge your pictures, your screen a little bit?
Let me try and move things around a little bit. I'm full screen.
Okay, don't. On my screen, it's very small. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So as Todd touched upon, much of the design you're seeing today is very similar. We did address some feedback that we received in the last council presentation. As you can see, we've got the new police operations building adjacent to the existing city hall and the existing PD, still taking a portion of the ground floor of the existing city hall for the police operations. We've got the secure parking lot on the north end, access off of Grant, and the public parking off of North First Street. If we zoom in a little bit, you'll see that we've got secure parking, 2 access points with gates coming in, the blue line representing kind of that secure fence line. So coming in off one point, we've squeezed out as much of parking as we possibly can, largely driven around the existing communications tower that that you have today, and working the parking and the building layout and drive aisles around that so that we can maximize the efficiency of the parking. Something else to note, there is fueling on site for the PD. Again, in an effort to be as efficient with the dollars as we possibly can, we have left the fueling underground tanks and the fueling pumps themselves very much where they are today. So we have very diligently worked around a lot of the existing components to make sure that everything works. Multiple access points into the building for the PD, depending upon which department and coming on or off shift. So really working the layout to make a very efficient layout for them. And then you'll see kind of along Grant Street, we do have a backup emergency generator. You see here in white, kind of where I'm pointing now. That is the secure parking lot. The public parking lot, the public courtyard access side of the building looks a lot different than when we presented. The feedback that we had received in the last meeting was it was too angular, it felt too urban, it needed to feel more suburban. We were asked to bring in more curves and steady adding back in that secondary access drive from First Street. So we have looked at all of that and really we've tried to maximize the number of parking stalls that we're getting in this front parking lot. So you'll see we've tried to preserve as many of the existing mature trees along First Street as possible. We're dropping in a right in, right out. I'm sorry, an exit only. Shouldn't say right in, right out. An exit only in that northerly spot. So we have narrowed it down so it's not necessarily two-way traffic. It's only egress traffic. We're building in the new ADA parking stalls so that their path of travel will be ADA compliant. You'll see there's a curving ramp that brings you down. It's actually not a ramp, sloping walk. It has less than a 5% slope to bring you from the upper level parking lot down to the lower level of the PD area and the lower level access to City Hall. We are still fixing the ADA access in the lower level of City Hall. And so you'll see there are, we're doing some work on both sides of that ramp that leads you to the second floor. And that's largely driven by us making a flat, sort of less than 2% grade at that main entry at the lower level. And in doing so, we have to put in a grade break between the two sides of that ramp because there are some stairs that we have to address. And so we're working with existing grades, and we've got some different slopes happening on both sides of that ramp, all really driven by bringing in an accessible path into that lower level of the building. You'll also see in some of the views that we're going to share with you a little bit later in the building, there's different types of paving. So we've spent a lot of time working with city staff and understanding how to treat stormwater on site. There is the incorporation of pervious concrete paving throughout most of the secure parking lot, and portions of the portions that we're reworking in the public parking lot. All of the paving around this courtyard space will be a pervious concrete. So we're really using that pervious concrete to help us capture and channel in the stormwater that comes in. And then you will notice, and I'll point this out in some of the renderings, the paving changes subtly around the edge of the building. And that's driven by the design. So we go from the pervious concrete paving to an impervious concrete paving at the edge of the building because the geotechnical engineer was concerned about the water filtration so close to the building foundations. But I'll point that out to you and how that's all working. But it's really being driven by a very sustainable approach to dealing with stormwater on the site. Overall sort of view of the Civic Center and understanding of where we're getting the parking. At the secure parking lot, we've got about 61 stalls, 27 stalls in the public side, and then looking at some options on the other side, 110 stalls around the library, and then the potential for another 30 stalls in the current gravel lot. So if we go into the building layout, by and large, this really hasn't changed from the last time you saw it. So from the main public access point into the main lobby, you'll encounter the records counter, and we have a view of what that looks like a little bit further into the presentation. The records counter controls that public lobby. They'll take all the requests coming in, and then directly off that public lobby, the community room, the Department Operations Center, providing access for outside groups coming to get access directly into that space. And then traffic and patrol, working with the Sally Court, making up the bulk of the ground floor with the locker room and training facility additionally. And then building services really being, those things that make the building function, electrical rooms, IT server rooms, et cetera. On the existing PD, we are by and large made up with evidence intake, evidence storage, and then some additional storage centered around the patrol, and then some other building services, places to store supplies, and other needs for the function of the PD. Moving up to the second floor, at the main, we've got a mechanical well that is at the second floor level. That really helps us reduce the overall building height. We don't have mechanical units up on the roof. So there's no large mechanical screen up on the roof to shield those mechanical units. So we put everything down in a well. We've got the investigative services, admin, break room, and then the dispatch center up on the north end of the second floor, giving them great access to north light. Reviewing the building design, again, we touched on a lot of this at the last presentation, but we're looking at a simple, smooth troweled stucco finish and a bead blast or shot blast CMU block wall providing some contrast in between the two of those. The block wall really does a few things for us, gives us a nice secure edge at the ground floor. And it's a very cost-effective approach to dealing with the building. So when you're in that public plaza space and you arrive to the public parking, this is a view that you would get looking at the new PD. So you see the front entry. We've carried the glass up as high as we possibly can on that front lobby piece, inviting people in, bringing people in so you can see the front door. That's very important in police department design. When somebody is in distress and somebody is looking for the police department, you want that view and that access to be as clear as possible. You want them to be able to find the front door as quickly as we can. So that was very important to make sure that we approached that in that way. Coming around, this is a view taken from that new entry drive, our access drive on the north end of the public parking lot. You're starting to see some building signage and the curving walkways that bring us around. Again, swinging in a little bit further, because we do have the grade differences between the main sort of street level and where we've set the building down so that we can more closely align with the secure parking lot. So there is this slope looking at lots of native drought tolerant planting. And here you can start to see what I was talking about before about some of the differences in paving. Around the edge of the building, we've got a pervious or impervious concrete paving. And then on the other side, the more textured looking concrete will be a pervious concrete paving to let the water infiltrate through. It'll be the same color. We will treat it the same, score it the same, but you will notice a subtle textural difference in the way that those two pieces are handled. A long elevation view, kind of looking along North First Street. You can start to see we're looking at some decorative fencing along the westerly edge of the PD to help sort of break down the scale of the elevation. And you start to see we're really trying to preserve as many of those existing trees as possible. And you can start to see the new building in context with City Hall. Moving around to the corner of First and Grant, really just, again, carrying around that same materiality. We've got the block wall that provides us with that nice, durable, secure edge at the base, and then the lighter form up on the second floor with windows into the office spaces, and then that fencing really breaking up the scale of the space. Moving around inside the secure parking lot, I touched on this a little bit in the site plan, but there are lots of access points. We've got an access point over here on the right-hand side of the screen that'll bring officers in who are headed directly into the locker room at perhaps the beginning of the shift. Then we've got another access point kind of in the middle of the building where as officers are coming out of a briefing, headed out to patrol, they've got direct access to get out from patrol and briefing. And then we've got another access point further up by the stair for people coming in who want to head directly upstairs into the spaces upstairs or directly towards records. So lots of different ways to make a very efficient workflow through the space. Moving back around to the public side, we're now in that lower level sort of access right at the front door. On the right side of us is the front door. Further down over here, we've got some other additional doors where we can open up that community room, that department operations center. We can open up these doors and provide direct access from the outside into that space, really, as a breakout space or a pre-function space. If there was an event or function happening in there, we can bring people directly in. And we've incorporated some stairs from the upper level down to the lower level. Thinking being people will take the most direct route. We need to provide that sloping walk with that accessible path of travel. But if we didn't provide that, somebody's just going to walk through the landscape. So let's provide them the most direct access down to the lower level. This view would be taken at the front doors. You're kind of standing just outside of the front door of the second floor of City Hall, looking down into that courtyard space. So again, we've got those two great existing mature trees. I apologize, they may not look exactly like this. Some of our computer software doesn't exactly show the specific tree species that you may have, but really we want to preserve those really big, large canopy mature trees, and then fill in the landscape around it. You see that sloping walk that brings you down from the upper level of the parking down to the lower level, and then provides you access not only to the lower level of the PD and City Hall, but into the new PD as well. And then finally, probably not a view any of us would ever see, but a bird's eye view kind of looking down to all those spaces together. And then from there, we will move to the interior. So this is all new. I don't think we had any of this at our last presentation, but we have spent some time developing the interiors of the space. So this is the public lobby. When visitors are coming in, you would encounter the records counter. There would be people behind the records desk who would receive you and take your requests. Our back is sort of at that community room, Department Operations Center, looking down to a door that would lead you into the secure part of the facility. Really looking at, how can we provide space to really celebrate the PD, different opportunities for photos or even flyers or informational items that you might need to pick up at the police department. Moving along, here's an interior view of what it might look like inside the community room, Department Operations Center. So we've got 3 video screens, lots of opportunity to use technology, share information. And then here you see kind of on the left-hand side of the screen, that's where those sliding doors are that open the space up and really let people either gather directly outside or break out outside should they need to have separate functions outside. Moving into the inside, we're now behind the secure side inside the PD. This is a view from the records area looking back towards the main counter. So you see somebody kind of on the other side of the glass interfacing with a record specialist, providing services there. So really open office environment, the ability for everybody to kind of understand what's going on and collaborate and still provide service to the community. Moving a little further in, still on the ground floor, looking kind of in the middle of the screen off into the back, you're seeing that's that access point where officers headed out for patrol will go through those doors and head out into the secure parking lot. Right next to that in the conference room is a briefing room. We've got the report writing stations here as well. And then we've opened up a hole between the first and second floor to really start to connect. Sometimes we call it the dress shoes and the work boots. We want to make sure everybody's connected together. When people are upstairs, people are downstairs, you still are connected to the activity and the energy. This is really the hub of what's going on inside the PD. And we want people to be a part of that energy. And then you'll see up on the second floor, there's some windows from a conference room that look down into that space. Moving up to the second floor, this is a view of what it might look like in the second floor break area, lunch area. So just behind the stair and inside that sort of box beyond, that's where the dispatchers are. So they've got a very secure, quiet, focused area where they can get their work done, but they need to decompress, come out. There's this really great space that they can access. Pulling a sort of step back further into the building, off into the distance here, sort of in the middle of the screen to the left, you're seeing there's that stair from the ground floor up with the lunch and break area. But then you're seeing that hole we've put between the first and second floor, really starting to connect people, the dress shoes up on the second floor with the work shoe down on the first floor. And then you see that conference room again with the glass. So we're really starting to connect people working together. So that's kind of a high level overview of the design, interior and exterior. Next, we will move on to the overall project budget. So the total construction budget, Todd touched on this a little bit. I'm going to go into some more detail. So for the construction budget from the Measure O funding source, our current budget allocation as of today is $20,139,463. We have an additional $600,000 that we're bringing into the construction budget from a resiliency grant, giving us a total construction budget of $20,739,000 and change. When we start to break down the construction cost summary, the new police department operations building coming in at a construction cost of $14,676,000. Renovation of the lower level existing PD, $2,116,000, and our site work numbers currently coming in at $4,501,000. So we are currently tracking about $100,000 over budget, or less than 0.5% over the construction budget. As was mentioned before, the police department has received a grant for FF&E to help fund the project. That grant dedicated to FF&E sits at $3.3 million. So when we look at our total FF&E summary, our furniture coming in at approximately $745,000, the fixtures just over $1 million, and then the equipment fit out at almost $1.5 million for a total FF&E estimated cost of $3.2 million, almost $3.3 million, just $12,000 under budget currently. We're also, you'll see incorporated in the design, if you're looking at the detail breakdown, we've got the rooftop PV panels with the battery backup that's being funded by the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Grant. We're tracking still that at a $200,000. We want to right size that to fit the grant budget. And it's not incorporated in the overall construction budget because we're trying to maximize that grant, and we're tracking that as direct costs. We also have we've been working with PG&E on service connection fees. According to the PG&E planner that we've been dealing with, the cost of the transformer, the connection fees, and the design services, they have recommended that we budget $100,000 for those services. So you'll see that sort of tracked through and carried through into the budgeting process. As we sort of track, I'm sure we're all aware of some of the undulations in the construction market right now. We've all seen the news stories about the price of drywall going up and the price of concrete going up and steel going up. So we have been tracking these things and trying to make sure that we are most appropriately prepared for the fluctuations in the market. And so in this estimating phase, we have really been tracking deductive alternates and add alternates so that we can move things above and below the line throughout the design process. Now, it is not our intention to carry deductive alternates by the time that we bid. As we move forward into the construction document phase, we're going to do 2 more cost estimates. An estimate at about 50% construction documents, and we're going to do another cost estimate on our plan check submittal. And that'll really start to inform where we think the market is today, or at the time that we're going to bid. Our plan check submittal will be very close to our bidding process, and so we will continue to track these additive and deductive alternates, making sure that we are right sizing our project budget so that by the time we are actually going out to bid with the project, the deductive alternates will have been incorporated into the overall design and drawings, and we will only be tracking add alternates that we will be looking for from the prospective bidders. So as you'll see, we have, through this design development process, we're still tracking a number of additive and deductive alternates. To get to the budget that you see today, we have accepted from our drawing package $454,000 of deductive alternates. And some of those things were really easy. We had called out the same stucco finish everywhere on the project, and we realized we could save $54,000 by not doing the higher end stucco finish on the inside of the mechanical enclosure. We don't think anyone will notice that. We'll see if the mechanical contractor complains that his wall isn't as nice. So there's things like that that we're looking at adding into the overall budget. You'll see alternate number 8 that we've accepted. schedule acceleration to September of 2022. You'll see in a couple of slides, we're actually looking at potentially the opportunity to accelerate our schedule even more and have construction start in July, potentially August. So there might even be additional savings in that number. But in the estimate that we had prepared, we had, I'm going off memory, I forget if escalation to a construction start in December or November. So we were looking at saving a few months of escalation in our overall number. And so we felt very comfortable in moving forward with that deductive alternate because we think we can accelerate the overall project schedule. So I won't go into too much detail on the rest of those, but just giving you a flavor of what's there. And then looking at the overall budget allocation and summary. So going into a little more detail, the Measure O allocation. So the base Measure O allocation to the police department project was $20 million. There was an additional $500,000 brought in for shared site improvements, another $2 million brought in for police department improvements. That was another allocation. And then finally, $2.5 million allocated to the overall project budget for the improvements to the existing PD, making the total overall Measure O allocation to the project of $25 million. Further, as we touched on, the PD has been successful in getting a state resiliency grant. So $3.3 million for FF&E, another $600,000 for other resiliency upgrades. And then we're tracking the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Grant, bringing our total grant funding to $4.1 million, giving us a total project budget of $29,100,000. When we take that total budget allocation summary against what we are targeting on expenditures, total estimated construction cost from a couple slides ago, $20,839,000, still carrying a construction contingency of $2,060,000. I touched on the PG&E estimate that the planner gave us of $100,000, also tracking another $50,000 for sewer and water connection fees. We're carrying 1.5% of the construction cost for testing and inspections. And then the design and planning soft costs, $2.3 million. Our FF&E estimate currently at $3.287 million. The rooftop PV panel, again, balancing that out, $200,000. And then we're allocating $50,000 for permitting, giving us a total estimated project expenditure of $29,200,000. Still that kind of approximately $100,000 over budget, or 0.34% over our current expenditure summary. So finally, next steps. As I touched on, we've spent the last couple months working through design development. We're here today for the City Council presentation. Our next step is to start construction documents. So we have to get from those 30% design development drawings all the way to 100% construction documents. We see that process taking us through from October through mid-January, at which point in January, we will submit the drawings to Plan Check. There's a few things we're going to ask of you while we're in Plan Check so that we can be proactive in our scheduling. While the building is in Plan Check, staff will come back to you and request approval to go out to bid for pre-qualification of bidders. We want to make sure that the bidders who are proposing on this have the appropriate qualifications to do public bid work, to do a public safety facility, an essential service facility, and have done work of this size and scale before. So while we're in Plan Check, we would ask for your approval to do that. And then that'll take about 4 weeks for those proposals to come in, giving staff plenty of time to review those pre-qualification bidder. And then coinciding with our Plan Check approval and getting through that pre-qualification, once we have everything lined up, we will then come back to council with an approved set, a permitted set of drawings, and ask your permission to go to bid to pre-qualified bidders. We see that bidding phase taking about 6 weeks. Once you get those bids back, then staff taking about 3 weeks to review and assess the bids that came in before going to council for award. Award hopefully happening in June, and then mobilization of the contractor and construction beginning in July or early August. So those are the next steps, and that is the conclusion of our presentation. I will stop sharing my screen and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll begin with questions by council. Councilwoman Landry.
I waited to see if anybody else raised their hand first. I didn't see any. Well, I have questions and comments, so I'm trying to pull questions out.
If you can, that would be best.
Okay. So how many parking spaces do we have now compared to how many we're getting? I guess my question is, I know some from the lower lot are going to go into the PD lot. How many is the net loss?
I don't have that figure readily available. I will work on getting that as we address other questions and comments. I think we talked about that at the previous meeting, so I'll have to go back through my notes while we're moving on. There was definitely a net loss of parking on the site, which we're trying to minimize, as you know, through the development of the gravel lot and then the potential reuse of the 12 stalls across the street. So I will get you that number as quickly as I can. Sorry for not having that readily available.
That's okay, just out of curiosity. So I have a lot of questions about the drainage. My understanding from looking at the drawing is you're creating 3 areas of drainage. You've got the whole entire roof and building draining to the northwest corner of the building. That's the only outfall downspout area I can find. You've got the PD parking lot draining to its own area. And then the front plaza and parking area, it gets a little weird looking because you have one drain line that goes up to the northwest corner, and right adjacent to it, you have another drainage system that's draining the larger, bigger existing parking lot. So how does that work with the whole roof draining into one corner? I see there's a lift station, but if the power goes down, then what happens? And is there any area for backup or overflow?
Yeah, so the drainage is there. I guess there's a lot of factors going into the way that the drainage is being handled. Most of the storm and sewer lines are all in Grant Street. So we are trying to effectively push all of our focus towards Grant because of the depth and the shallowness of those lines. We do need that lift station to help us in some cases to help move that water. And the other sort of struggle, or I shouldn't say struggle, the other piece that we're dealing with trying to address is any new areas that so within our limit of work, all the area that we are disturbing, we have to now treat that water. Whereas areas that we aren't disturbing, we don't need to treat that water. So that's contributing to, I guess, some of the awkward conditions, in maybe inefficient conditions that you see in the public side on the southwest side of the building, because where we are taking water that isn't being disturbed, we don't want to change those, because we could certainly pick up that water and maybe send it more north where those drain lines are, but then that will increase the amount of bioretention area we need. That'll increase the size of those lines. And if we can take those areas that aren't being affected and still send them to where they are going today, then we don't need to treat them. Does that make sense?
No, I get that part, but the whole entire building is draining to one corner. and you have a lift station, what is the backup plan if the lift station power goes out? Where's the water going?
Well, I can certainly look into that. I need to discuss with my civil engineer what the backup measures for that. I guess I'm not qualified for that detailed of a question without sounding like a fool. But I guess I would say that we are bringing that in. We are designing it to as much as possible. We can infiltrate some of those things, and then that lift station, yeah, you're right, is required. And I guess I would say that that lift station would be on the backup generator should the power go out. So there is the potential for that to assist in mitigating that measure.
Okay, that helps. Let's see, questions here. Okay.
Todd, did you have something you wanted to answer?
I did. I was going to actually add what the last point that Jeremy added about the backup generator system, but I also, if I could take just an extra minute here, Madam Mayor, I did wanted to loop back on the parking number. So in the info memo that was sent back in July, we did note that the gravel lot could be developed into 24 parking stalls, and that combined with other parking improvements on site would result in a net loss of 18 parking stalls. Since that time, we have further evaluated the site to where the gravel lot can come up with probably at least 30. We're showing 30 now. And we're also reevaluating the existing lot on the First Street side. So we have not come up with a better number for that one yet, but with the gravel lot now changing from 24 to 30, the net loss looks more like 12. But I will say that we're not done with evaluating parking reconfiguration on both the North First Street side, as well as the last row of the library lot that would be adjacent to the gravel lot. So there's the potential that we can reduce that number even further. But at this moment, it looks like a net reduction of 12 stalls.
Okay, great. Regarding the PG&E, have we started the procurement process yet?
We have started conversations with PG&E. We've been assigned a case planner, and that planner has been coordinating that with city staff.
Okay.
I don't know about procurement. I don't know if anything has been signed yet, but I do know that the dialogue has been started.
Okay, back to drainage real quick. There's an existing mechanical well between the city hall and the ramp. And where does that drainage connect to? Because that's low. You're not showing that connecting.
Between City Hall and the ramp.
There's between the parking lot, the ramp, and City Hall, there's a well where the existing HVAC is. That's low, and it's not showing where that drains to connect. It would be existing to new.
So we aren't altering that. So however it's draining today will remain.
Okay. I think that's my questions. Most are comments.
Okay. Anyone else with questions? Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm wondering why the ADA grading is not yet complete and when you anticipate having that part figured out.
I'm sorry, the ADA grading?
Yeah, you said that there was one portion that has not yet been figured out, if I'm understanding correctly. I think this was the 2%.
I think it
grading.
was at the city hall lower level that you were referencing,
Yeah.
trying to make the stairs work and the grading
Oh.
and the drainage work and the
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I apologize. I'm in my haste. I probably misspoke. We have worked through the ADA, the grading at the lower level. What's happening is we've got the ramp that takes us from the public parking up to the second floor of City Hall. And on the north side of the ramp, the PD side of the ramp, we are completely reworking the grades to create an accessible path of travel to the front door at the lower level. We are then regrading the front door of the paving at the front door of City Hall to slope away from City Hall, providing a trench drain so that water isn't flowing into City Hall. On the south side, there are a couple of stairs that provide access into that mechanical well that was referenced before. And because those stairs are there, and the door that provides access into that mechanical well, it is preventing us from grading the south side of the ramp similar to the north side. So there is a space underneath the ramp where we are showing, I think right now it's indicated as a planter, but it could be a retaining wall, it could be something, but we have to have a grade break between the two sides because those stairs are limiting our ability. So if I apologize if I said we haven't worked it out, we have worked it out, but the accessible path of travel will be to the north. On the south, you will be able to have a path of travel, but there will be stairs preventing it from being accessible.
Okay, thank you.
I hope my hands helped.
What's it below the bar? What's the on the computer webpage as always? Anybody else? Okay, I will try. I have a lot. I have typed them out and I will give them to staff. You may not be able to answer all of these. But I do think one thing that the staff memo missed in the last discussion is we had a lot of discussion about the scope, schedule, and budget of the project and what was in the project and what wasn't and how everything was being funded. And I think we're still missing that big picture. So can you just briefly describe what changed in between your SD design and your DD design? For example, it looked to me like you cut back on the glazing quite a bit.
We did. We have we've limited the amount of glazing in certain areas, really trying to refine the building down to, you know, in schematic design, I think we were showing some broad brush ideas. And as we have honed in on the design through design development, really understood the way some of the program spaces are working, what offices, you know, could benefit from windows, where we had some windows that were in some places that weren't really doing us much help, kind of at a pocket in the stairwell. We have cut some of those spaces down. We have brought the windows, the glazing down at the main entry, really kind of focusing on getting just, instead of having a large expansive glass and a ceiling that sits below, we've brought the glazing down to the ceiling height, really just trying to refine the architectural expression and be smart with the way that we're spending the dollars. Certainly, you know, us keeping the project on budget was affected that as well.
Yeah, it seemed to me it was an easy value engineering target to cut back on the glass, irrespective of the program. It was just a cost-effective way of doing that. Okay, so I think you did a good job with splitting out the money on your two slides. Was a little more helpful than staff's report, frankly. Sorry about that, Todd. But the one thing that I wanted to specifically identify is it's important that the FF&E budget, the $3.3 million, not be incorporated into the construction budget. When you lump it all together and come up with the 29 million odd, it's really important because, and a good example of that is when you look at the budget for the lower level of the police building, but I'll try and ask questions. I'll follow my own direction. So what I feel is still missing from the budget is to understand what isn't covered in Measure O, what isn't covered in Measure O. And this is where my concern has always been. What is the city going to do to cover these? The FF&E, we've covered the purchase, supposedly, we hope, but we haven't discussed how it's going to be specified and the cost of installing. There's some budget in your, am I correct? Let me ask the question. Am I correct that portions of your estimate include an owner provided, contractor installed FF&E, but there is a portion that is owner provided and owner furnished and owner installed?
That is correct. There's always, it's computer systems, telephones, whoever sets those up, those are typically owner furnished, owner installed systems. So things of that nature.
And all the furniture, all the desks and all of that.
Furniture is typically owner furnished. And when we say owner installed, it's part of the vendor you're purchasing will typically assemble and set up that furniture for you. It's not city staff that needs to go out and do it or hire someone.
No, but you have to pay someone to do it and it isn't covered by the Measure O bonds.
But that would be covered in the FF&E grant on furniture.
Okay, I'm not sure that's understood in the grant. I haven't seen the paperwork to know how that money's to be spent. So that's one thing that would be good to clarify. Thank you. I'm not clear on the, let me rephrase, ask questions. The schedule that you provided and the schedule and budget discussed doesn't seem to recognize the fact that the PD project is in phases. It has the phase of the new building, the phase of the remodel, and then the phase of the site work, however that gets split. How are you covering that in your contract, your design documents? I looked for it. I could not find anything that spoke to the phasing of the project and the cost implications of that.
And that's a good point. We've had some preliminary discussions with the team, with staff and the PD about a phase line and where that occurs. And but at this stage, we haven't really started to indicate that in the drawings. But that certainly is something you're correct will impact the overall schedule.
So it goes hand in hand with my previous question is somebody has to pay for moving everybody, and the moves are going to be in phases depending on what's ready. So we haven't identified funding for the moves either. Okay. So there's a lot of design contingency, construction contingency, and project contingency shown in the various material provided. Am I correct that you have a 5% design contingency in your budget?
Correct.
And that is part of what takes you to your 100,000 over?
Correct.
Okay. I believe we required the library to have a 10% contingency at design development. So I would offer that as a caution. We also had a discussion on construction contingency and project contingency. Could you just briefly clarify how you interpret construction contingency and project contingency? How you're using it in your budget specifically?
We've got, so the design contingency carried within our budget, the 5% that we currently have is a number that we reduce down through each phase of design. So for example, when we get to the 50% construction design estimate, we would reduce that number further. And then at the final 100% completion estimate, that design contingency would be 0, because that contingency is meant to cover things that we haven't yet documented, things that we haven't yet conceived. The project contingency, the construction contingency that is carried in the overall budget estimate is money that the city carries for the duration of the project to deal with things that unforeseen things that come up over the course of construction.
Okay, so thank you. Reason I wanted to bring that up is that the summary staff provided still includes a project contingency. I think it's 1.3 million. I don't have it in front of me. I think that's something we should be talking about to make sure that there's an understanding of what money goes where. Because I think we may have some duplication there. Okay, and you've talked about, you have in your estimate, you have some allocations. I very much appreciate the clarification on the deductive alternates, because that's a big no-no. But could you clarify what you're doing for allowances?
Do you have a specific allowance?
Well, you've got allowances in there, and you're saying what you've got. My machine crashed, so I don't have my highlighted notes, but you did have a section in your specifications introduction in the terms saying allowances.
So you're referring to allowances within the cost estimate?
So what I was looking for was to I was looking for your basis of design update. And what I could find was I'm going to call it the contract preamble to your specifications. And in that section, you had a section called allowances, and you talked about having steel allowance, and you had some fitting allowance, and then you had sign allowance of 75,000.
Okay, so yeah, so those are allowances in our estimating process. So because we haven't detailed, we've designed the overall structural system. We know what the beams are, we know what the columns are, but there's always miscellaneous steel connections that go into it. And we, at a design development phase, we haven't drawn those details yet. And so it's hard for an estimator to put a number to that. And so we provide allowances to carry for steel connections, for things of that nature. We haven't designed the signage system yet, or the signs. So we're carrying an allowance for signs, numbers that we're using based upon our experience to help inform the overall budget.
Okay, so what I'm getting at is your specifications and boiler, if I'm going to call it boilerplate, has some things in there. That's an area that you're going to refine and ideally remove?
Correct.
Because there were no dollar amounts. Only the sign is the only one that had the money in it. The other ones didn't. So I wasn't sure how you were handling that. Okay. Let's see. Potential. Is there anything in your budget for commissioning?
In our construction budget, no.
Okay. I'm doing the same thing Councilwoman Landry did. I'm looking for questions. What is the design solution for the separation in the existing PD space, the separation of the auto and storage for ventilation and fire protection, given that it's an all wood frame building? The situation you have there is quite significant.
So we will have a rated enclosure, ceiling and walls for that space. And we are designing a new exhaust system that will take all the areas from the PD space directly to the roof.
Okay, so you're gonna, okay, that's not designed yet.
The exhaust system is, you can find it in our drawings.
Going through the space, second floor?
Correct.
So there'll be construction on the second floor.
To create some shafts up to the roof, yes.
Okay, so I don't think that's clarified in the limit of work. That's one of my other questions related to, there's inconsistency in the limit of work shown on the different discipline drawings. But one thing that I was surprised at, you are planning to leave the, I'm going to call it the vestibule on the first floor. That's staying now?
We take direction from council and staff. In the interior of the lobby hasn't been conceived of in our scope. If we need to put that in the scope of work, then we need to address that.
Sorry, I'm asking a little bit of a different question. As there were different pieces of information on different sets of drawings, it led me to believe, given the function from the PD space, there's a transaction counter in the existing vestibule space, and that stays. So that whole vestibule space stays. It doesn't return to the building as a whole, as was originally understood several iterations ago.
The vestibule space, the transaction counter for the evidence transaction is within the space. That existing vestibule doesn't serve any function for us. We can demolish it, we can remove the doors, we can leave it as is. It doesn't affect the operation. Everything happens once you get within. So there would be a door from, I guess the way it's currently designed, you would enter that vestibule, you would then go through another door that would lead you into a space with a transaction counter for the
Okay.
evidence.
It looks, and it could be misreading the drawings. It looks like there's a transaction counter remaining in the vestibule space. That's where my question comes from. All right, the final question that I brought up before was code. And you said that you knew what you were doing and their code was going to be fine. I looked at your occupancy page, your exiting page, and I'll just offer that I think you need to take another fresh look, have somebody new, different look at it. The investigation space on the second floor is using 150 square feet per person. And that says there's an occupancy load of 8. But if you look on the furniture plan, it shows desks for 10. If you look at some of the conference rooms, the 400 square foot conference room, it divides it by 150. So it says there's only 3 occupants there. And I'm sure there's a plan to have tables of 12 people in there. There's also the exit path to the deck that we've talked about before. The used 15 square feet, I think 7 is the right number, but if you use 15, your own table shows 95 people. That means there needs to be 2 exits out of there. And the door swing seems odd. And it looks to me as if your code analysis needs to look at the furniture plan and understand exactly what the functions of those spaces are. There were enough spaces that seemed odd to me that made me question the code review again. And then Todd, I would ask the question, have we begun, has the project begun having a plan check?
It has. We are working with the building official on that, and it hasn't had an extensive one yet, but we are working in that direction, and the preliminary plans have been reviewed by the building official.
Well, I would.
They have not gone out to the third-party review that has been discussed previously. That still needs to occur.
Okay. All right. I would suggest there's enough confusion and things that are worth getting to the third party sooner rather than later. Okay. I'll let the rest go. So Director Fuentes had her hand up, and then Todd, if you want.
All right, so I can address the F and E grant. The terms of the grant from the state, they are abroad. I don't expect that we will get great details that come from the state, but the grant can be spent upon a broad FFE purposes, but also under the total FFE amount. I show that it does also include the cost to install the different pieces of equipment as well.
That's I appreciate that.
3.3 it covers it all.
I appreciate that. I did not ask my question clearly enough. My question really had to do with, we have multiple moves. We'll have moves, and I don't see anything covering that cost in addition to just the equipment being installed. But
I see.
there's that detail. So apologize for not being clear enough on that.
Okay.
Todd?
Yes, I just wanted to add, and I know you touched on this, Mayor, earlier about the project contingency. Just wanted to clarify for everybody on the call this evening that each in the library and in the police project, there is a design contingency that I know we've discussed that before, and there is a construction contingency for each project. So those reside within the allocated funds for both the library and PD projects. The $1.3 million that the mayor is referring to as Measure O project contingency still resides in basically the unallocated funds. It hasn't gone to one project or another. That is really something that we've been holding back until we have further certainty. And that will no doubt be a subject of a future council discussion, because that 1.3 is still unallocated to either PD or library. It is being held back at this point for kind of a general project contingency in case we need it somewhere, or it could be reprogrammed for a specific purpose, but we have not really delved into that to this point. So just wanted to add that.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. And I would just offer, I appreciate what you're saying, but I think Jeremy answered the question about the project contingency a little bit better. The project contingency, the construction contingency, excuse me, the construction contingency in each of the two projects is really not part of the construction budget. It's there as a set aside to address the unknowns.
The project contingency?
The construction contingency.
That is correct. That's
Okay,
not what I
so-
was addressing. I was addressing the project contingency.
I know, but you mentioned the construction contingency as part of the project. And I just
It is
wanted to,
assigned to each, there is a construction contingency within each project's budget. That is correct.
right, but it's not construction money. It's a set aside.
It is.
Okay, all right, thank you. If there are no questions, we will go. Anyone else have any questions? Then we can, let's see, we don't do public comments, so we would go to comments. We have ideally about 40 minutes, 40 minutes to have comments. Okay, Councilwoman Landry.
I was waiting to see if Anne or Sergio raised their hands. I didn't see them. Okay, so Jeremy, thank you. Lots of progress. The 198 sheets, that's a lot of work. Things are moving along. So I have typed up my questions and sent them to the city manager. So if you want to list Jeremy, and if I might miss one or two, but the mayor mentioned briefly the limit of work lines don't seem to match from drawing to drawing. The demo items don't match from drawing to drawing. I know this is early on in the phase, so I'm sure you're going to work that out. Things like on the civil, it talks about, it shows removing the abutment on the second floor. I don't think that's correct. The bigger one though is civil shows removing the display board where we post our meeting notices, and the mailbox, it shows it being removed and it does not show anywhere where it goes back. The whole entry plaza, ADA walkway, sloping walk and stairs. Oh, Dusty, I have a thing I sent you for you to show.
Sure, are you ready for that?
Yep, sorry, that helps show you on the drawing what I'm talking about.
Okay, we can put that on your screen right now. Just give me 1 second. Oh, you got it, Cecil?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can do
here-
that if you like.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, I only see part, there you go. I still only see part of it. Can you flip it sideways so we can see the whole sheet? or zoom out slightly. Can you zoom to 35%? Okay, all right. So since the way the drawing's oriented, I'm going to start up in the upper left-hand side. There's a red box. There's a striped area in the parking lot on the upper left-hand side. Well, I don't know why you're striping that out as no parking, because that is a parking space right now. And then if you look in the middle of the drawing, there's what we added as I'm calling the second driveway. To make the stairs, the walkway from the ADA spaces and the sloping walk down has forced the parking to be angled off, which looks very odd. And it does reduce parking between the spot that's striped on the left. And if you squared that off, you'd probably get another 3 or 4 parking spaces in there. So the front lobby walkway stair thing does not work at all for me. I don't know why. I know you mentioned about cut through, but to try to squeeze the stair and those other 2 walks contributes to the wonkiness. I'm using that word. And if you did take out stairs and combined it, then you could save some money. The sidewalk in front, or what's now south of the parking space or east of the parking spaces, you're leaving 2 existing trees. That's where the display board went away. They're right now about 10 feet from the parking, and you're going down to 5 feet, but the tree's up 12 to 16 inches higher. So you're going to be impacting the roots plus the depth of the paving section. So I see some heavy impact to those 2 trees. And I'm not sure why we need that wider walk, because it dead ends into the ramp coming down from the 2nd floor. There's a rectangle in the middle of the drawing that shows the lower walkway going down. On the demolition plan, it shows removing the planter wall. If you're looking at the PD door on the left, there's a retaining wall holding a planter up. It shows it going away, but it doesn't say how that's going back and how the grades work in there. And if you don't put the wall back, you're having to fix the face of the building because right now it's under dirt. Okay, so then back up to the top of the site plan, there's a rectangle up by where that hatched area is. There's a stair coming out the exit from the workout courtyard. And from my quick review of the code, I think you have to have that accessible. I know Gary told me there was an exemption, but I couldn't find that. And then if you look, there's a red little line by the workout courtyard that's on the outside of the wall. That's about 12 inches wide. And the planting plan calls for putting a hedge in there and ground cover, and it's only a foot wide. That's never going to be maintained. That should just put paving in there. And then to the right side of the drawing, there's a blue line that represents the wall. And if you look at the second driveway, which would be lower on the drawing, the wall, which is 8 foot tall, goes right up to the curb. And then there's a gap to the gate. I'm not sure how that's working. And then if the wall does go to the curb, when you pull out of the driveway, you can't see someone coming on the sidewalk. And there's 2 little red lines along the wall. The same situation where the planter's only 1 foot wide, and it's just you're not gonna be able to maintain the plants, so we might pave that. And then on the bottom of the drawing on the right, there's a striped out area where there's no parking, it looks like. So I'm not sure why that's not any parking there. Okay, you can take that slide down. So now a little more questions or comments. There's a fence along the Ainsley House property of the courtyard. The drawing shows 3 or 4 trees to be removed, but I don't think there's trees there. The temporary fence should go along that hedge line, because right now the only temporary fence is around 4 trees buried in the courtyard. You can take the drawing down now if you want. Okay, thank you. So the fencing between the Ainsley House during construction, what happens? As the main ramp from the second floor comes down, the new drawing shows a curb at the end, but we need a curb cut for delivery trucks and rolling stuff up the ramp. Blocking the wall, okay. There's a couple little funky planting areas inside the PD parking lot that I think are just going to get beat up. You might as well pave them. There's one by the pedestrian gate on the southeast side of the building. I already talked about the walls. So the mayor mentioned a little bit about the vestibule in the existing PD building. The lobby, the elevator, and the stairs are not shown. And I have mentioned several times the area of influence of what things you need to bring up to code. Because if someone goes up the ramp and they really wanted to be downstairs, they got to go down the elevator and then into the PD. So there's doors that aren't compliant, take the doors off, just leave it opening or figure out how to solve it. So I mentioned a little bit about the drainage. You answered my question about the lift station being on the generator. I'm concerned there's a big note on C1.01 that says verify pipe location if it serves the downspouts or the drains from the roof, don't abandon. No, that's what happened on JDM change order. You got to figure out where those roof drains are for the existing building, because right now you're not connecting anything on the existing building regarding draining the roof. And Captain Livingston said he went up there and there are drains from the roof that are draining down there somewhere. So you need to figure that out. I asked you about the utility well, and then, so you mentioned briefly about why you're removing the paving under the ramp. I understand you're trying to make it compliant. Thank you. I understand you're grading now more. Thank you. I appreciate the pervious paving that you're adding. That certainly helps the water treatment and helping with flow. But if you take out that paving area, where does the bike rack go? There's a 4 or 5 bike rack underneath there. On your cost estimate and your slide that you said deduct alternates, that's very confusing language for me and Liz. You're not going to have deduct alternates in the bidding documents. Those are items you're taking out right now to get to budget, but you need to call them something else because you have alternate one, deduct, add. It's very confusing to me. You show 3 flags. The Civic Center complex has the American flag, the California flag. You've got $26,000 in the budget for 3 flags. We don't need 3 flags. And if you are going to do them, put them over by the front of City Hall, not necessarily by PD. I did not see any hazmat costs for the existing PD building. It's from 1970. I assume there probably is asbestos in there. So there's no money in the estimate. At one point, I did see hazmat in the estimate. I don't see it there now. I'm questioning, even though you've talked to PG&E, I did a little calling around. A project with the smaller transformer was 300,000, not 100,000. So pencil that one a little more. There's a 48-inch box tree by the second driveway off the front parking lot that's in a 4-foot planting area that's barely going to fit. Plus the tree will overhang where the truck's trying to turn, and we'll save $1,000 a tree to downsize those. Plus a large box tree kind of stunted in growth and it'll take forever to grow any bigger. Signage, we need more comprehensive signage for library, existing civic center, and PD. That should be, whether that's in your contract or city staff, but signage should be the complex. Library PD should coordinate. It's the civic center with City Hall and PD. So I'm not happy about the signage, and the budget needs to be coordinating with the library and what's existing. Mayor mentioned a little bit about the phasing. you show the parking lot all together under site work, but the parking is actually phased. You'll draw a line down the existing power pole, and the existing PD lot should be broken out with that building. And that means that you would have an escalation factor different for the phase 2 demolition of the parking lot. The site lighting, the fixtures have no context to regarding what's happening with the rest of Civic Center. There needs to be better coordination, and we'd asked this last time about you coordinating with the library architect, because now we're going to have multiple light fixtures that doesn't look right. It's not cohesive. Plus, maintenance-wise, you're buying different bulbs and different fixtures. So I think we can save on the estimate, but also looking at the coordination. Oh, I had a question I forgot to ask. Why is there synthetic turf in the courtyard?
I think I can answer that question. There's going to be different equipment in the courtyard, but also a lot of body weight exercises, which have individuals going down on the ground and doing burpees and sit-ups. So much more conducive on synthetic turf than concrete. Got it.
So regarding synthetic turf, where's the dogs going to do their business? And Gary and I talked briefly about this. There's a planter area over by the pine trees that would be perfect to have synthetic grass in there, but put a hose bib and put some drainage so they can wash down the urine and clean up the poop and have a little dog area over on that side versus that little planting area. Kind of technical stuff. The bollards are shown right at the back of the curb. Those are going to get hit when a truck comes swinging wide to get out that driveway. I saw you have the big boulders there that help keeping the car from ramming into PD. That's great. But the bollard location needs to be moved. I mentioned already the block wall blocks the sight lines, and there's a gap between the folding gates and the wall. And then the little slivers of landscape, I showed you where those are on that plan. Those are big maintenance. They won't be maintained and they won't look good. And then regarding the trash enclosure, the site plan, and then the drawings all show the community garden staying, but your site plan shows the community garden with parking spaces under it. So I understood the community garden can go away, but they do need a cutting garden somewhere. I didn't see that, and that goes to this master plan showing all the elements. I don't think you should be bringing the garbage truck inside the parking lot. It definitely will impact the asphalt. Plus you have a large concrete pad that you can save and not have to put in if you have a curb cut out so the dumpsters roll out to the street. And you're already cutting the curb and digging up the asphalt out there to put in the water and sanitary for the trash enclosure. So that should all be kind of reevaluated. I think it'd be better not to have the truck drive through the parking lot. And just as a little side note, thank you for putting ADA seating between the boulder groupings. I know I mentioned that on the library. So I did see you show wheelchairs in between the large boulder groupings, which I totally appreciate. So I think I got all my comments. And Jeremy, just to help you out, I have them all typed up and Brian has them. So good progress, lots of work still to do. And the main thing that is not working is the entry plaza and all those walkways and the driveway.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I will try, and mine are also partially typed up. I'll finish typing them up, so I'll try and hit the highlights. Big picture, I think it is very difficult to ask council to approve the project at DD level without knowing whether we're on target for the project as a whole. I believe we are over the project of 50 million plus the ads. I can have mentioned it several times about things that I think are missing, and I do not know how the funds are being identified and constructed. It keeps talking about having a master parking plan. We don't have that. That's being piecemealed. There's an assumption that we can use the parking lot across the street. That's the museum parking lot. I don't think council has been given an opportunity to understand all the implications of all the parking proposals. The gravel lot, we keep talking about the fact that we have 9 or 11 pool vehicles that park there. There's no solution as to where they're going to go. There's no solution about the lighting for the parking lot and the path of travel of staff from City Hall to that parking lot or any other parking lot. I think that's a very important issue that needs to be resolved because it has cost implications. I think where the contractor is going to park, the layout space, we previously talked about leasing a space across Civic Center Drive for that. That hasn't been identified. There are other comments. The site lighting, as Councilwoman Landry mentioned, we don't have any photometrics, and we don't have an overall plan for the site that works to make this the Civic Center site. We're not talking about the PD site. We're not talking about the library site. We're talking about the Civic Center site. And it is in the scope of this project to do that overall plan. Let's see. Protection. Yeah, there's also the question of protection, the discussion of protecting the adjacent spaces, both in City Hall on the upper levels and adjacent spaces for the remodel. Also, the protection of the power pole or the communication pole, I should say, in the parking lot. How is that protection going to be put into the bid documents? Because if that goes out, that has major implications for PD. So I think there needs to be a very clear description of how PD needs to maintain function and any penalties involved if PD goes down for whatever reason. We've talked at the environmental document, there was a commitment to provide protection for the Ainsley House. I think that is equally important. And I think the comments on the DD drawings I believe there are significant challenges to the code exiting assumptions that are included there. I think the city needs to move very quickly, getting the third-party plan check started because this is an essential building. I still have significant questions about the structural design and the limit of work we've talked about, but the limit of work has a great deal of impact on cost. And there needs to be a consistent bid understanding by the contractors on how to bid it. Let's see, you talked about that. I did not see where, as I understand it, there's going to be a new sprinkler system in the existing PD space that would require backflow and water supply. That may be there. I didn't readily find it, but I didn't search meticulously. I think that there's some places where lawn is being proposed, and I think long-term we do not want lawn anywhere. There's different kinds of landscaping that can be utilized to create a proper appearance, but not have lawn that is, or anything that is water consuming. Specifically, we're letting all the lawns die around the city. Okay, construction assistance. So my assessment is that the council has a fiduciary responsibility to have a clear, documented understanding of what the schedule is, the scope is, and the budget is, and the staffing. And for example, on the schedule, you've mentioned, and there's some material in your documents about partial occupancy. What does that really mean? Is that left over from another document that you cut and paste? It might be. but the sequence of occupancy, after you get your occupancy permit, you then start doing your FF&E. And then after the FF&E, you do your move. And how does that work with the phasing of the PD, existing PD space? Is there a time gap there when the contractor has to leave, more or less leave the site until all of that's taken place and the new building is fully occupied and the existing building is fully vacated? That's not been worked on. And you may say that that's not part of your scope. I think you need to plan for it. I think that needs to be discussed because it has direct cost implications. So I'm not comfortable. I know you've made good progress and all of that, but to have council authorize and support moving forward on a project without having a firm understanding of the cost, the budget, the scope, the schedule, and the staffing, I think is a great risk that I am not willing to take. I wish I could, but it's been too difficult to get that information over too long a period of time. And I believe council needs and has the responsibility for the voters and the taxpayers to have a comprehensive understanding of where the Measure O projects stand financially. And we do not have that. Councilwoman Landry, last thoughts? You're on mute again. There you
Now
go.
I got it. I forgot, the trash enclosure is in your budget, but I thought the trash enclosure was going to be outside of the Measure O funds. So I forget how much you have in there for that, but you are absorbing that whole trash enclosure where it's shared with the library.
Okay, and I'll offer one final thought, which is in terms of your deduct alternates, you're talking about eliminating interior glazing. I think that's a serious mistake. The building does not have a lot of light and quality, and to eliminate the transfer of light within the building would be a mistake. That would not be an alternate add or deduct that I think would be acceptable to the quality of the building. Okay. So with that, if no one else has anything to say, Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few thoughts. There have been a lot of good comments made. I really appreciate the progress that's been made with this. Just to draw one example, the outside wall and how you're having it kind of blend in, ease in from the street. I really appreciate that, the use of the different materials, because I was certainly concerned before when we were looking at the cost of the exterior materials about how it ended up looking. So really congratulate you on the job you've done there and breaking that up. I'll agree with a few comments that have been made to the extent that it's possible. And without getting slowed down, do you think coordination and consistency between the two projects where it's feasible is important in things like the light fixtures? I think that's on the exterior. I think that's a good example. So would really urge you to have those conversations where that's possible. And I also second what the mayor said about not adding lawn space. That's I just think we need to start moving away from that. I like seeing the extent of the deductions and add alternates. I'm really glad that we've had deduct alternates added. I'm a little concerned that the variance is down to 100K. That seems low for me at this stage, based off where the library is right now, and so I'm concerned that we're gonna end up needing to exceed that. So I'll just throw in that comment. And appreciate the clarification and the discussion about the ADA accessibility. I am concerned about the south side access. I know that's a challenging area, and we've gone back to that. I appreciate the ingenuity for the more northern access of having that curved ramp to ease the grading. I think that I really appreciate that kind of creative solutions to something that I know had been a challenge before. So I think moving in the right direction. I see a lot of great progress, but would just kind of adjust in those areas. But thank you.
Councilmember Bybee. You're muted.
Yeah.
There you go. Now you're.
Yeah. I just have a few comments. Obviously, I don't have the technical knowledge and expertise.
Sorry, Councilmember Bybee, you might need to turn your picture off because we're only getting a few every other word. You're breaking up.
Okay, is that better?
Much.
As I said, I just have a few brief comments. I concur with a couple of the comments that were made, particularly about the signage and the identity of the Civic Center. I would really like to see more consistent signage between all three buildings. And it is a Civic Center for the city, not a police department, not a city hall, not a library. And I would just like to see a little bit better integration there. The flagpoles in front of the PD, I was a little surprised at that. We do have our flag area in Orchard City Green where we have our celebrations and so forth. So I don't know if it's intended that the PD is going to be having flag celebrations there, but I was a little surprised to see that. As far as the parking, the parking is a challenge, but I think we all knew that going into it. We were going to lose parking. There's no doubt about it. And to hold the project up or to delay it because we don't have a parking project or parking program in place or know what the cost is, I don't think is critical to stopping to making the project or to stop the project or defer it until we get the parking issues resolved. I think that's going to be an ongoing dilemma during the whole onset of this project. And so I think it's important, but I wouldn't want to see the project delayed because of that or the construction delayed because of that. And as far as the budget and the cost of the project, you know, I don't have a level of expertise that a couple of my colleagues have with construction and costing. And I feel that the report that we received today had adequate information as to what the cost of the project is going to be. And I don't really understand what it is that we don't have the full contract, the full cost of the project before us. And so for me, it's very difficult to, I support what I have, what I see today. I like the site plan. I think that they've provided the information on the budget, and I think it is they're working within the budget. So I don't understand where you're coming from and saying that we don't have enough budget, enough information as to the cost of the project. That confuses me.
Okay. If that does, Councilmember Lopez, and then we'll wind it up if we may.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I'd just like to add one last comment, which is that I didn't say it, but I really agree with what Councilmember Bybee said about the parking. I think at the end of the day, some of this is just physics. We're going to lose some parking. I want to see us move forward, minimize that, of course, if we can further. But I don't think there's getting around that. I understand why that's been a topic of discussion, but I don't want to see that hold us back.
From my perspective, one of many combined. All right, anyone else? All right, we will adjourn until our next scheduled meeting in 17 minutes. We'll rejoin each other at 7:30 for the regularly scheduled council meeting. Thank you. And we'll follow up with a summary of this at that meeting.
Do we stay at this link or do we have a
Yes.
new link?
No, this is the same one.
Okay, so we can just mute and turn video off then? right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry, just, thing just signed off.
We saw you, Dave.
All right. Oops.
Madam Clerk, I'm checking. I think we have all our attendees who want to speak in oral requests.
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And we are now joined by Vice Mayor Resnikoff. Thank you. Good evening. Oops, I've got my hand raised. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Campbell City Council. I call this meeting to order on Tuesday, September 21st at 2021. This regular city council meeting is conducted via telecommunications. Oh, I don't have to wear this, do I? Is compliant with provisions of the Brown Act and Executive Order N2920 issued by the governor. This city council meeting is being live streamed on Channel 26, the city's website, and on YouTube. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee.
Present.
Councilwoman Landry.
Present.
Councilmember Lopez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Here.
Mayor Gibbons.
Present. Thank you very much. And this evening, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. It is going to be led by Senior Services Supervisor and co-chair of the Caregivers Count Conference, Tina Wong Early. This conference is being provided for education and support to family caregivers who are caring for older adults. So Tina, with the pledge, and then a few words if you would.
Thank you, Mayor Gibbons. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Tina. And please tell us about the upcoming event for supporting Conference for Senior Caregivers.
Well, thank you again, Mayor Gibbons, and good evening, members of the City Council. The Caregivers Count Conference offers education and support to family caregivers of older adults. In the state of California, there are nearly 4.5 million unpaid family caregivers who provide an estimated $58 billion in care to enable their loved ones to remain at home for as long as possible. Often working tirelessly, alone and unrecognized, caregivers need support to prolong their ongoing caregiver activities and to ensure their own mental and physical health stays intact while coping with related challenges. The 2021 11th Annual Conference is offered virtually, and there are 2 sessions remaining. On Saturday, September 25th, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., the topic is Advanced Care Plan. The last session on Saturday, October 2nd, also 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., the topic is Adult Daycare Reimagined. Registration is free and available at caregiverscount.net. The Caregivers Count Conference is organized by Bay Area professionals in the aging services sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. And I think it's important to recognize all the work that the city provides under your leadership for the seniors. We are an age-friendly city, and we, over the years, have offered many, many successful programs and have adjusted to our COVID situation with virtual classes and things to keep our seniors engaged, but also checking on our seniors and making sure that they're okay. So thank you very much for all you and your staff, if there is any at the moment, do, and including feeding. We feed 75 hot meals every day, 5 days a week. And that's a very important service our community provides to our seniors. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And at this time, I would like to do the special presentations and proclamations. The proclamation to declare the week of September 6th through 10th as National Payroll Week in the city of Campbell. It is the recommended action of the City Council to proclaim this week, September 6th through 10th, I think we missed that date, as a National Payroll Week in the city of Campbell. And National Payroll Week is a nationwide awareness campaign launched by the American Payroll Association in an effort to highlight the achievements and partnership between America's employees and their payroll professionals. Accepting this proclamation is Campbell's own payroll technician, Larry Ferguson. Hi, where's Larry? Hi, Larry. Larry has been providing Campbell dedicated payroll services for over 2 years, and prior to that worked as a payroll manager in the private sector. We graciously acknowledge and thank you for your work by proclaiming the week of September 6th through 10th, 2021 as National Payroll Week. So Larry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council, for the proclamation and the opportunity to be acknowledged. Although it might normally be me in the driver's seat, I'd be remiss at taking credit for the entire process, because my success and the success of payroll in general is totally dependent upon the whole team. So I'm speaking about from the finance department, our supportive bosses, my great coworkers, to human resources division, the partnerships I've been able to establish with them, IT, we're not using an abacus anymore. So, you know, they bailed me out, taking care of me to the nth degree. I really appreciate them. And just to the departments as well, from the staff to the executive assistants, supervisors, department heads. You know, people are just really, they submit things on time, great accuracy, very responsive when questions arise, and that helps to make my job much easier to do. So I consider myself quite lucky to be part of this team we call the City of Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Well said. If there are no other comments, we will move to the next proclamation for this evening. This is to declare the month of September as National Preparedness Month. September is a time to celebrate National Preparedness Month. It is an opportunity to encourage all community members to prepare for natural and human-made disasters and to ensure that all are ready for any type of emergency. Accepting this proclamation today is Mark Dunkel, President of Campbell Community Emergency Response Team, GA CERT. And Mark, do you have a few words about preparedness?
Actually, I'm pretty excited to give you a broad brush of a program that we've been working on. It is an attempt to explain to individuals how to prepare for an emergency. And there's been many, many versions of it. It basically has manifested itself as a 26-week plan or schedule, and you were supposed to gather all this equipment and whatnot. In point of fact, it's actually very complicated. So we've been working on a website and documentation and actually a book that we plan to offer on Amazon that will explain exactly, take you through the details of what you need to prepare, how much quantity, that kind of thing. So we're very excited about this program, and I think it's an example of the extraordinary work that the Campbell CERT is doing above and beyond your typical CERT team.
Well, thank you, Mark. Our CERT team in Campbell is by and large stars ahead of our surrounding fellow CERT groups. And I think we have around 200 or more members, and you are continuing to train. There's a training program online.
Yep, we have a hybrid program that launched last week. We have 24 enrollees.
Oh, fantastic.
I think this will be the recommended training curriculum going forward. We've taken this responsibility on that previously was County Fire. And I actually wanted to be able to do this ourselves because we can offer the class many more times and hopefully bring in many more people.
Thank you. And the book you mentioned, is that going to be available through the Campbell CERT website?
Yes. I don't think that the book is the particular best. We have to look at this. We're trying to simplify a very complicated problem. And summarily, we're trying to say, well, if you're a family of 4 and you need, how much water do you need? And then when do you need to swap out your water? You know, how much food do you need? And then if they want to do it on a week-by-week basis, we can give them a plan for that. Or if they just want to go out and get all the water at one time. So I'm very excited about this. And we're going to be launching it through social media, our website, Facebook publications, as well as a book on Amazon.
Great. Well, everyone should know that there is a Campbell CERT website with all kinds of great information and resources. So please go. What is the website, Mark?
CampbellCERT.org.
CampbellCERT.org it is. Thank you, Mark, and thanks for everything you and this Campbell CERT does for our community.
And thank you to the city for its support.
Thank you. That ends our proclamations. We'll now go to communications and petitions. There are no communications and petitions at this time. We will now move on to oral requests. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the City Council on any matter not on the agenda. Persons wishing to address the council are requested, but not required, to complete a speaker card. Speakers are limited to 2 minutes. The law generally prohibits the council from discussion or taking action on such items. However, council may instruct staff accordingly regarding oral requests. And I believe the city clerk has received some oral requests. And how many do we have, Madam City Clerk?
I have 3 signed up speakers and we have 1 hand raised on the screen.
Fine. So we'll go to the signed up ones first, and we should begin with
Mr. Dave Johansson.
Mr. Johansson, please join us. And I see you. You'll need to unmute. There you go. Can you speak, Mr. Johansson? We cannot hear you if you're speaking.
I'll try the next name while he tries
Yes,
to test his
please.
connection. Mr. John Field.
Mr. John Field will do, and we'll come back to Mr. Johansson. Mr. Field, welcome. Thank you for hanging in and coming at 7:30 instead of 5:30. And I'm showing you still muted.
How about that?
That's
How's
better.
that?
That sounds good.
Okay, first of all, I'll keep this brief. I'm John Field. I'm the president of the Cambridge Park HOA. We're on Llewellyn, and I'll do a special shout out here to Mark Dunkel. He actually came over one time and helped us with some emergency preparedness. Mark, well-deserved award. So anyway, I thought I'd mention that. But the reason I wanted to speak briefly here is that at the last meeting on the 7th, you heard myself and many other residents speak about the proposal to put high-density housing into the 251 Llewellyn, the Uplift Family Services site. So that actually caused a lot of interest and frankly concern by the residents. And I guess I'm happy to report in a sense that this has provided a great opportunity to bring many residents into the city government and planning process. I mean, the risk we see now is that we know we're in a general planning review, and we want to get in front of that and participate in that to make sure that the density guidelines are, responsible and kind of reflect the interest of the citizens, et cetera. So with all that being said, we have actually formed a group here in the local, right around the 251 Llewellyn. We call it Campbell Citizens for Responsible Growth. We started a group on Nextdoor. It's called 251 Llewellyn in the Campbell Community Center area. Please check that out if you'd like to. We have well over 50 members. And I think that there's, as I mentioned, there's a lot of interest in this topic. And we know that there's a general planning meeting next week. And I think you'll see a lot of resident involvement in that meeting. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that's what we're thinking out here. And also Mayor Gibbons, looking forward to seeing you on Monday at our meeting at Cambridge Park. And really appreciate you coming over for that. And again, we'll probably have a lot of residents at the September 29th meeting. So it's good to get people involved in the situation. That's it. Thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you. It's always good to have positives come out of challenges. So thank you for getting organized with your neighbors. And our next speaker, shall we try to go back to Mr. Johansson?
Mr. Johansson is still muted, but we do have Stephen Saunders on the line.
Okay.
We
All
can
right,
try him as well.
All right, so we'll go to Stephen first. And welcome, Stephen. We haven't seen you in a long time.
No, you can hear me though.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I should have made these comments at the September 7th council meeting. I'm sorry. I failed to study the agenda prior to that meeting, so I was very surprised when item number 10, property located at 251 Llewellyn Avenue, was presented. That is Llewellyn Avenue, the only entrance to our cul-de-sac. Why weren't my neighbors or myself, Kings Court residents, notified of this public hearing? Notification for residents should be at least as broad as the area that requires a city council member to recuse themselves from council business. For example, Vice Mayor Resnikoff recusing himself from Measure O police building discussions. I want the council to be very, very careful about dropping high density housing into low and low medium density neighborhoods, as that action will have a significant impact on the residents of those neighborhoods. I dispute the planning department's characterization of the traffic on and access provided by Llewellyn Avenue. My biggest concern around this item is the conversion of institutional land use designation to residential designation. Our cul-de-sac is surrounded on two sides by institutional land use. Are all churches and private school sites institutional land uses now the hot new large-scale housing development sites? Thank you for your time and your service to our city.
Thank you, Stephen. Mr. Saunders, appreciate your comments. And we can go try Mr. Johansson, and then we will go to Raj Palella. Mr. Johansson. I can hear something, but not you speaking, Mr. Johansson. I can hear something, but no words. Oh, sorry. We'll try it one more time. Stay unmuted and see if something happens. And maybe Cecil can help us. Raja Palaya, would you like to join our conversation?
Yes, can you folks hear me?
Yes, thank you very much.
Hey, city is going through some important changes like redistrict and general plan update. Can the information related to these public hearings for these topics be posted on city's social media like Instagram, Facebook, Nextdoor, etc.? I literally had to fish every week for these agenda items to find this stuff. So it will be really helpful for big items like this to be posted on city's social media so that there will be more citizens involvement. Citizens of the city are not aware of these important happenings unless they are proactively visiting the website. Also, I have been trying to attend the council meetings on the planning commission meetings for a while, but this evening time of 7:30, is getting difficult for people like me who have small kids. This is like their dinner time, bedtime kind of thing. It's like prohibiting a whole demographics from, being inclusive and participating in these city meetings. So I think one of Council Members Lopez election campaign was to help people with kids. So I hope he takes up on his election thing. Third thing, county office is open. I went there for some work last week. So I want to know when the city office will start opening for doing official business, when this county, which manages the healthcare for the entire county, is open. So I'm not understanding why city office is not open. And the other thing, if we don't start planning properly for the city housing and stuff, bills like SB 35, which are producing like big developments like Valco Park, are going to come even into Campbell. So, it's been 5 years and a lot of you council members have been in that general planning update and nothing happened now, right? And the meetings are not being advertised. There will be, sorry to say this, but there will be blood on your hands, like the future of my kids who will be like 30 years.
Yes, and would you complete your comments, please?
So please do this carefully so that, my kids can also live here. Thank you.
Fine, thank you so much. And shall we try one more time for Mr. Johansson?
Testing 1, 2, 3. Do you hear me?
There
now?
you go. Can we?
There you go.
I think
Sorry
we can
about that.
hear you, Mr. Johansson.
Yes,
If
mine
you
is a
Yes,
mine
thank
is a
you.
continuation of the 251 Llewellyn discussion. So essentially, there's just concern about the high density, traffic and everything that's going to be generated from all of these new homes being built at that site. We're just basically trying to just show concern for that.
Fine. Thank you so much for your patience and working through the Zoom with us. And I think if that is the last comment, I see no more hands.
Yes, that's the last person I have signed up as well.
Thank you. So I think we heard three specific things about notification. I'm sure staff took note of a concern about being notified of these type of projects and other information to the neighborhood. There was a comment about increasing and making information available through social medias. The city has a lot of social media platforms to utilize. And there was a question about the city hall reopening, which city staff will also take under advisement. So thank you all for your comments. And we will now go to the council announcements. And tonight, local governments use new data from the census every 10 years to adjust their district boundary lines to reflect how local population has changed. The City of Campbell is asking for your help to adjust our district boundary lines for future citywide elections. Since the City of Campbell has district-based elections for 5 council seats, the city must redistrict the district boundaries prior to the next election of council members in 2022. Council districts 1 and 2 were on the ballot in November 3, 2020, and council districts 3, 4, and 5 will be on the ballot in November 8, 2022. The City Council is seeking your input on communities of interest that should be considered in the next district map. You have an opportunity to share with the City Council how you think district boundaries should be drawn to best represent your community, either during the public hearings or by submitting comments to redistricting@campbellca.gov or completing the community interest worksheet at www.campbellca.gov/redistricting. There's a very, very good webpage on the city's webpage that gives a lot of information. So please check that out. And that's also at the campbellca.gov/redistricting web link. Hearings are open to the public, and any person who attends will have the opportunity to be heard. The next public hearing is scheduled for Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. For further information regarding this matter, please contact the city clerk's office at 408-866-2100 or email redistricting@campbellca.gov. Please participate. This is really important. The city clerk's office is accepting applications for the Measure O Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, the Historic Preservation Board, and the Rental Increase Fact-Finding Committee. To find out more about these boards and committees and when the applications are due, please contact the city clerk's office at 408-866-2117 or visit the city's website www.ci.campbell.ca.us/157 boards-commissions. It's a wonderful way to get engaged with your community to be on one of our boards. The 11th annual Caregivers Count, which you've just heard about, this free conference is tailored specifically for family givers who are caring for older adults. There are 2 days left, September 25th and October 2nd. Attendees will hear from informative speakers on the topics of advanced care planning and adult daycare. For more information and to register, visit www.caregiverscount.net. The Campbell Museum presents Membership Monday on October 4th from 6 to 7 p.m. Join Dr. Randolph Klein as he presents the fascinating mission and discoveries of NASA's Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy, also known as SOFIA. If you are curious about NASA missions, astronomy, and the future of space exploration and technology, This Membership Monday program will be fascinating. For more information about this event, please visit Campbell Museums with an S, campbellmuseums.com. I think there's a $10 fee and it's free to members, I think. Next, the Ainsley House presents Gypsy Swing and Jazz at the Fall Garden Concert Series on Sunday, October 17th at 2 p.m. Tickets are available at campbellmuseums.com. The Oktoberfest Fun Run will take place in person this year. Amazing. Saturday, October 16th, registration is open. Please visit campbellca.gov/recreation to learn more. Heritage Theater update. The Jake Simbabaku, I think that's how you say it, Kuru, and Leanne Rhymes concerts, which have been rescheduled for November. So these are concerts from a previous year that are now finally going forward. Original tickets will be honored for the new dates. For more information about these concerts and other events, please visit campbellca.gov/heritage theater. Now that's theater with a TRE at the end. And it is, what am I looking for? All one word. Heritage Theater is all one word. And new tickets for these events are also on sale if you don't happen to have one that you are reusing. The Campbell Historical Museum at Ainsley House offers many opportunities for volunteers and interns. Individuals interested in history, decorative arts, historic gardens, and historic preservation will find volunteering an exciting way to help the museum and meet new people. For more information, please visit www.campbellmuseums.com. Volunteer. Thank you. We are now at the portion of the meeting where we have the consent calendar. Are there any members who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? I would like to pull, yeah, oh, there you go. Yes, Vice Mayor.
I was going to ask to pull item 11.
Thank you. We will pull item number 11. Any other comments or requests? Seeing none, all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted in one motion. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee.
Need a motion first?
We don't have a motion.
I'll move consent items 3 through 10.
Trying to keep me honest, huh? Trying to keep me honest, Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry?
I said, you're just trying to keep me honest.
People don't realize it's not as easy as they think.
Thank you. No, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I did.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Resnikoff and a second by Councilmember Bybee. May we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sorry. Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilwoman Landry.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Aye. Excuse me.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you all. And at this point, I will, with Vice Mayor Resnikoff's indulgence, I would like to introduce item number 11, which is a commendation for Dave Musso upon his retirement after 23 years of service. And we have a proclamation here, a resolution, I should say, that commends David Russo upon his retirement. Whereas David Russo's career with the city of Campbell began in April 1998, and as the lighting and signals technician in the Public Works Department. He was then promoted to lighting and traffic signal supervisor in 2004. And whereas Dave has been a supervisor for the lighting and traffic signal section of the Public Works Department and has brought a unique set of experiences and perspective to his position. And whereas David has been an invaluable member of the Public Works team and has provided expertise in the management of city lighting and traffic signals. And whereas Dave has continuously provided excellent customer service to the residents of Campbell and the support to his coworkers. And now, therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Campbell does hereby express its appreciation of David Musso for 23 years of dedicated, professional, and valuable service, and best wishes for a fulfilling retirement. So Vice Mayor Resnikoff?
Yeah, thank you. Forgive my voice and allergies here. I just wanted to thank Dave for 23 years. So we don't give much thought to traffic lights and street lights, right? As long as they work right, everything is good. They go down, something bad happens, these guys have to respond immediately and make it right. And yet, you know, it's challenging, but it works incredibly well. And I remember one time, I think talking with Director Caperso, trying to understand, it's not just coordination of street lights, street to street or intersection to intersection in Campbell. We relate to other cities, and even more difficult, we relate to county roads like San Tomas. And we got to coordinate all that. So it's a challenge. It's done really well. So I just wanted to pull this and thank Dave for your service and wish you well in your retirement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Bybee, and then Councilmember Lopez, and Councilwoman Landry, and then maybe we'll let Dave speak. Councilmember Bybee. You're mute. You're muted. There you go.
Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties tonight. I echo what the Vice Mayor said, Dave, and I just want to say it was a pleasure working with you for many years, and I'm really happy for you and wish you well in your retirement. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Dave. I want to say congratulations and thank you for your many years of service. It's much appreciated. And you know, on the council, we have a lot of big issues that we consider. Sometimes we disagree, sometimes we agree. And through it all, you know, the lights have to keep running, and we have to, you know, and that's really what you do. That the services that our residents expect. So thank you for that. I see that you're also a leader in professional development for the industry and developing, allowing others to take advantage of that professional development. So I think really shows your dedication to what you do and your commitment to the community. So thank you, and hope you enjoy the retirement.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman Landry.
Yes, Dave, thank you for what, 23 years of service. That's great. You literally kept the lights going and kept the signals working. You are greatly appreciated, and I hope you enjoy your next phase in retirement.
Thank you. Before we let Dave speak, I'm going to offer Director Caperso or anyone else who would like to speak.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My comments are kind of in line with what you all have said, so I appreciate you making some good comments to Dave. You know, Dave, we really appreciate your service over the years. You know, as was noted, he's had a leadership role in keeping the traffic signals working, keeping our streetlights working, and he's also had a prominent role in underground utility identification. So that's actually important. Don't want that to get overlooked, but that's been a critical role. And I would like to take my hat off to Dave. You know, just his exemplary customer service. I mean, he's been great with staff and the public. Very professional over the years. And his dedication, as the Vice Mayor touched on, I mean, he's come in at any hour of the day, any day of the week. That response has been there. And so while we hate to see Dave go, happy for him, but sad for us, he does leave behind an equally dedicated staff that I think is largely a tribute to how you brought everybody along, Dave. So I'm going to miss you, but we certainly wish you well and appreciate all your dedication and professionalism over the years. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Alex, you're still muted. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate having the opportunity to recognize Dave as well. I've had the good pleasure of working with Dave for the past 9 years here with the city of Campbell. And I know that Dave's career expands past his time with Campbell. He was also in the private industry prior to coming to the city of Campbell. And I do want to recognize he also committed years of service to our great nation in the Navy, and appreciate his dedication and service there as well. Dave has been just an outstanding a contributor to public works maintenance, not just signals and lightings, but setting an example, for other supervisors to follow in his dedication as a supervisor, his leadership in COVID response and safety measures. And I consider Dave to be a friend, and I just really appreciate his great service, and I'm really going to miss him. And I want to wish him well as everyone else has in his retirement. Thank you.
And Dave.
Yes. So now I'll stop playing in traffic in Campbell. But it's gonna, it's bittersweet. We work, with a lot of good people here in Campbell, and but it's been a nice journey, and I know that Campbell's in good hands. So you guys will do just fine.
Well, Dave, I must add my own little comments and compliments. Working with the public and having such a strong, positive relationship with the public speaks millions for all that you bring to our community. And thank you for that. And you, as has been said, you will be missed, but enjoy and best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. And may we have a motion, Vice Mayor Resnikoff?
Yes, I will move item 11.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Resnikoff, a second by Councilmember Bybee. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilwoman Landry.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. We are now at the portion of the meeting for public hearings and introduction of ordinance. And as is wont, we actually have no public hearing and introduction of ordinance items on the agenda tonight, a real rarity. We are going to go to new business, which is item number 12, fiscal year 2021, end of year fiscal update. It is a recommended action that the City Council receive an update on an unaudited fiscal year FY 2020-21 year-end general fund actual revenues and expenditures, and adopt a resolution authorizing a budget adjustment to offset some allowable general fund expenditures in FY 2020 and 21 with the city's American Rescue Plan Act ARPA allocations. And Will, our Finance Director, Will Fuentes, please.
Right. So I'm just going to share the screen. So just give me 1 second on that. Okay. Are you all able to see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Right. So again, good evening to the council. I will give a brief update about the fiscal year end for FY 20 and 21, and I'll go straight into that. So in the general fund for FY 21, well, FY 20 and 21, we did see a deficit of about 2.9 million in a total. It was slightly under what we projected it to be in the springtime, but also during the time of the budget adoption in June. It's an improved a general fund deficit of about 266 K in a total. But it's also it's also before what we will get in ARPA. The better than expected general fund results were due to some better than expected general fund revenues that are shown and detailed in the report, but also shown on the screen. They were also offset a bit by some less than expected revenues in fees, then also some additional accounts and account types that are shown on the screen. Expenses across all departments held pretty close to what we expected. There were some departments that their total expenses came under the expectations, but on the whole, they held true to our projected cost amounts. So at the end of the day, the general fund deficit is again about $2.9 million in a total. The amounts that are described both on the screen, then also in the report, they are unaudited amounts that will get confirmed by the end of December. So they could either go up, but they also could go down as well. To cover the projected deficit, we recommend to shift a amount from the ARPA fund just in enough to cover this, but also to give a 10% cushion should the deficit amount come the end of December, should the amount increase. I expect that the amount could decrease, but until we get to December, it is good if council is able to approve a 10% cushion, so that we don't need to return to council again. But for any amounts that we don't need from the ARPA a fund. Come the end of December, they will then get returned. So we won't go over anything that we need to ensure that the general fund is a whole. And then also also, should there be a need to go over the 3.25 amount, we would return to a council again. So with that, I will go to the official recommendation and also turn it over to the council and the public to address and discuss either comments or questions.
Thank you, Director Fuentes.
You're welcome.
And we will begin with council member questions and then go to the public for public comment. Councilwoman Landry, your hand is up. Did you intend that? Okay. Is there anyone else that has any questions? Seeing none, we will move to the public hearing, to the public comment portion of the meeting. Are there any comments from the public, Madam Clerk?
No, I don't have anybody signed up on this item.
Okay. Make sure we give everybody a chance if they haven't raised their hand. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring the discussion back to council for discussion and or a motion. Councilmember Lopez, you want to go for a motion?
Sure, if there's no comments from anyone else. Great, I can make a motion. Just pulling it up here.
Probably, I was just going to say, you may not have it open. Do you have it open? I'll read it and then I think, no, I don't have it open either.
I move.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I move that the council adopt a resolution authorizing a budget adjustment to offset some allowable general fund expenditures in fiscal year 2020 to 21 with the city's American Rescue Plan Act allocations.
I have a motion by Councilmember Lopez. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Bybee, I think beat you to that. So we have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilwoman Landry.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff.
Aye.
Mayor Gibbons.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you for the work and the report, Will.
You're welcome.
Always lots of work behind, always lots of
You're
work
welcome.
behind that.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
And we will now move on to the section of the meeting on unfinished business. Item number 13.
Mayor, I'll be,
O-
Mayor, I'll be recusing on this. item.
Oh, thank you very much.
Proximity of my house to the project. So I'll log off and watch on YouTube.
Okay, thank you. And we'll give Vice Mayor Resnikoff a moment there. And Measure O, the police building design development. It is recommended that the City Council provide direction to staff for the Measure O police building design development as necessary. I would take note that we had a study session this evening from 5:30 to 7:15, where we received a presentation from the project manager, Jeremy Hart of LPA, and staff Public Works Director Todd Capurso. And with that, I think, Todd, you're going to do another introduction to us for us. Where are you? There you are.
Actually, I was not, but because
My cheat sheet says
I
you
think
were.
you've teed it up. You know, this is kind of picking up the discussion where the council left it. You know, we've obviously heard the individual comments from all of the four of you. And I think what we're looking for is to see if we could come out of this with some specific direction on what the next steps would be.
Thank you. So Jeremy, I'm going to suggest we don't need to hear from you directly at this point unless somebody has a question. I'm going to take a stab at making some notes. The discussion earlier focused on the fact that there was more information needed to complete the plans, which is appropriate for the DD development. There were questions about site and site drainage, and a list of comments from various council members was provided to the city manager, or will be provided to the city manager. And each council member can summarize any other comments they have. And if there's not, I will just simply say, I have concerns, not so much about the project, although I do have concerns about the project DD. I have broader concerns about Measure O. And with that, is there a yes, Councilwoman Landry?
Yeah, so I don't know if you're going to go through different items, but the things that I heard that might be consensus on is the signage and having it be looked at more holistically, and the lighting, looking at it from a coordination standpoint.
Okay,
and my own personal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if I may, I was trying to summarize something, but I didn't probably do a good job. I do want to open it to public comment and then bring it back to the council for comment. So may I ask you to hold your thoughts? Thank you for that. All right, if there's no questions at this moment, then I will move to open the public hearing. Do we have any comments from the public?
No, I do not have anybody signed up.
Okay, and no hands are raised. I'll close the public hearing. And then I will go back to Councilwoman Landry with comments that might help summarize what you heard and what there was agreement on.
Okay, thank you again. So the lighting seemed to be, several of us said, yes, let's look more comprehensively as a civic center as a whole. Signage, we need to look more comprehensively as a whole for library, civic center, city hall, and PD. My personal comments, the biggest one I think is the entry plaza and the walkway, the ADA, the stairs and the ramp. I am not comfortable moving forward with that and the way the second driveway is aligned. And I think the drainage, there was good information provided from the consultant that answered a lot of my questions. I think there's a little bit of technical stuff still, but that's not for this discussion. And I would concur about the budget that an extra projects, like for instance, the parking lot needs to be, the gravel parking lot becoming the asphalt parking lot needs to be done before we go out to bid for the bigger, for the PD building.
Thank you. Anyone else want to summarize their thoughts? You know I will, so please feel free.
Well, I think I agree with the items that Councilwoman Landry just stated, where there was consensus. I think that's accurate. I concurred with trying to make sure that the lighting and signage is consistent to the extent possible. I didn't necessarily hear a majority, but I concurred with the mayor's statement about the lawns and wanting to avoid that. Councilwoman Landry, I'm not sure if this is the same one that you just referenced, but I was concerned about some of the grading with the ADA accessibility.
That's part of it. It's the ADA, but also just the whole configuration with the end of the parking lot, the walkway, the stairs, the ramp, or the slope walkway, the ADA, that area. I don't think is ready to move forward to finish the drawings.
Thank you for clarifying. I don't know that I saw the same extent of the issues, but appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Bybee?
Well, I'm a bit confused about really what we're being asked for tonight. I assumed that the team would be taking into account the comments that were made by the individual council members and addressing those as the design moves forward, so that the next time it comes to us, some of those, if feasible, are addressed and can be addressed. I don't really feel that I'm in a position to be technical and raise issues that I really don't know much about, like the grading and some of the other issues that were raised by a couple of the council members. And I'm looking to move the project forward. I understand the parking needs to be addressed, but I see that as in conjunction with, but not as a deterrent to moving the project and the design forward.
If I may, before Councilmember Lopez, I appreciate your comments, Councilmember Bybee. I feel that the conversations in the study session are beneficial to all other council members and to the consultant. It isn't the type of thing that we can quote unquote reach consensus on. I think the conversation provided consensus in a lot of areas, but I think getting the feedback was the direct benefit. So I'm fine if we don't go for a list of consensus items. Much in support of what you're saying. Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, Mayor and Councilmember Bybee, thanks for clarifying that the process. That makes sense to me. I also just want to state strongly that I do concur, and I think I shared the sentiment, but with Councilmember Bybee's point that it is important to me that we keep moving forward. I see that progress being made. I think there's a lot of commitment to that, but I think these issues are solvable, and I don't want any of them to slow the overall project down.
Thank you. So as all of you know from the earlier conversation, I have significant concerns, and I'm going to try and help clarify them a bit. I believe that a council has a fiduciary responsibility for the entire Measure O project. And to me, that means understanding the scope, schedule, and budget and staffing, not only for what Measure O can pay for, but what the entire completed project, the turnkey project, if you will, requires. And I do not believe that council has that complete information at this time. I have no surprise to me that council members want to move forward. I am not going to be supportive of that because I believe I have an obligation to put out there what I think are significant concerns for the project as a whole. And it's not that I don't support the PD building. I just believe that council has a fiduciary responsibility, and we do not have the information to properly make this decision. I appreciate it's my assessment and my assessment only, but I would say that to try and be specific, there is no master plan or approach for the full scope, schedule, and budget of this Measure O project. There's no concept of where the contractor's workspace for either project is going to be, where the contractor's workforce is going to park, where and how they're going to protect facilities, and what the penalties associated with those damages are. I've been on projects when the underground communication was accidentally ripped out. What's the implication of that if it shuts down our PD? That type of issue has not been vetted or costed. The consistency, as others have said, of the Civic Center as a one homogeneous community center, the Civic Center, it is not individual buildings and functions. It is our community center. I do believe the parking is a major consideration. It has not been completely thought out. Everything has said, oh, we'll take care of it later. Oh, we'll do a master plan for parking. I do not think we should be piecemealing this. There may be cost involved, there may not, but I do not think it is anywhere close to being resolved. And I think it's a disservice to the people who work in City Hall to not have a viable solution that works for them, and not forgetting that our parking lots at City Hall and elsewhere that are being proposed form a major parking contingency for our downtown. And we're losing that flexibility for our downtown merchants. And I think that's a great risk. There are ways around it, I'm sure, but we don't know what they are. I haven't heard how we're going to handle the removal of the hazmat in the existing space for PD and how that's going to work with the occupied space above. We don't have the cost associated with the multiple moves. The PD project is has to be a phased project. The documents so far do not reflect that phased process. There are significant implications of cost and time between when the main building is built and when the existing building can be demoed and rebuilt, with all the move-in and costs and so forth. There's costs associated with multiple moves from the community center and from the corporation yard. Not only are those costs not known, but what happens to those spaces that are being vacated, okay? Are we going to leave them empty? Do they need work to be secured? I don't know. The other thing that's important is there are new mechanical electrical systems, maybe plumbing, but certainly mechanical and electrical systems that are unique to our communities, buildings. Our facilities do not have an all-electric building with all-electric equipment. Who on staff is reviewing that, accepting it? How are we going to handle commissioning? Where is commissioning costs going to come in? We haven't done the code plan check, I believe, my review. Lots of little things, they add up, that the code and plan check need to be done and have not been initiated in a comprehensive way. I think that needs to be done. The understanding the limit of the work. We don't really understand what the limit, the perimeters of everything that is engaged in the limit of the work is going to be. The utility costs, particularly the electrical connection, service connection, and PG&E. Our businesses in Campbell over the last few years have had massive delays in getting installation of their transformers and services from PG&E. One business actually went out of business because they couldn't get their restaurant up and running. So we don't have a grasp of what that schedule is or what that cost is. And those are the types of things that I think, in addition to not having a full complement of staff, the burden on existing staff is excessive for other responsibilities in the city. I just wish to stress that from my perspective as an elected official with fiduciary responsibility, I am not comfortable that we have the information needed to make this decision this evening. So I'm not going to be supportive of moving the project forward. So given that, yes, Councilwoman Landry.
Okay, let's see.
We don't have to resolve anything I've said, Councilwoman.
Okay. I hear everything you're saying, Liz. I agree with you on a lot of stuff. I'm trying to figure out a way how we can keep moving forward and still get answers. We've both been asking a lot of questions for a long period of time. Part of it is the lack that we don't have an in-house project manager yet. That's in the works. How do we move forward but not have to step back later? And I think that's what you and I have concerns about, is if we move charging forward. We're rushing. When we rush, we make mistakes, and then we're recouping later, and then we're losing time later. And so in being proactive, you and I have been trying to help the process. I know I've heard from a lot of people, you're holding this up, you're holding this up. I don't think I'm holding this up. I think I'm holding us accountable. We are the fiduciary people regarding Measure O, regarding this project. I can't help that I have experience in this area, but I have to go with my gut. And I don't want anybody to come back to me 3 years later and say, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you raise your hand? I am raising my hand. I am saying something. So with all that said, I think that maybe with we're redoing their contract to go into the rest of the drawings, to go low bid, if we can add in there some master planning time, because the stuff that you and I are mentioning about parking, about circulation, about ADA is the master plan. The site plan they have right now would be lovely to hang in the City Hall chambers, but it's not correct. Library's not updated, parking lot's not updated, ADA's not updated. So I don't know if that's possible where the contract is. I know it's going to come back to us, but could we add some master planning time into this with Jeremy's office at LSA to get these resolved? And I do not think the front entrance is ready to move forward. Now, how does that play into the whole project? If we approve and moving forward tonight, we aren't going to see this till they're way, 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 way into drawings. And if we start making changes, then they're going to charge us more. And then it's going to be a delay later. So I don't know how to resolve this. And we got two wants to move forward, one doesn't, and I'm kind of like, well, I want to move forward, but at the same time, I want to be able to step back and help solve some of these problems.
So let me clarify. I do want to move forward. I do not think that I can vote to move forward based on the current situation. I absolutely want to move forward. And I cannot, I don't know, you said it too. I just can't, I have to say that I don't think that we're managing the taxpayers' money in a way. I genuinely believe that we have a high risk of being over budget right now. Okay. And that when it goes out to bid and comes in, it will be high. I am with the contingencies that we're talking about and being over budget as of now, I am greatly concerned. And then on top of that, what else are we going to fund? And the city manager has said we can reassign money from other non-allocated funds to take care of things like the parking lot and the trash container. That's fine, but what other projects aren't going to be done if we use that money for that? Maybe fine. We just don't know.
I would agree with you on the budget. On the library project, they came with a 5% contingency at this same point, and we said to have 10% and to start looking at the ad alternates. By the way, there will be no deduct chain ad alternates. Don't use that word in your stuff right now. You're taking things out to get to budget. Later, when you go to bid, you only have ad alternates. Maybe there needs to be more stuff put into the ad alternates so the base number right now can go down. We're too early in the process. I would maybe want to hear from Brian on how do we resolve our questions and move forward? Or Todd, maybe Brian or Todd.
I think Brian.
Well, I think the real issue is how do we move forward and be responsive to council questions without substantially slowing down the process. And I understand you've provided me your comments in writing. We'll share those with the architect and with staff. And Liz, your comments as well. I look back to how we handled the library, and the council essentially moved forward on that project with several questions, but asked for us to address those and inform the council how we address those issues. We can do that. It will take some time from Jeremy and his staff and our staff to do that. So there will be some time to craft those responses, but perhaps that's a similar method that.
Yeah, well,
we do for the library.
the magnitude of the questions are unparalleled.
Well, I'm
That-
just
that-
providing a
that-
suggestion on how we move forward. So
My comment is, I mean, the council wants to move forward. And if someone wants to make a motion to that effect, that's fine. I'm just saying I am, as Councilwoman Landry said, I am speaking up.
I hear you. I was just asked to provide a recommendation on how we handle that. That's my suggestion.
And Brian, you made a comment about that we're going to distract from what they're doing, but I don't see it as a distraction. I don't see it as a delay. We're going to delay later if we don't deal with a lot of this.
So I don't say distracted. It's just going to take some extra time to respond to that. So that's time they're not spending on other things, but that's okay. What I'm telling you is that's okay. I'm trying to find that middle ground of how we can continue to take steps forward, but still be responsive.
Well, and how does that come back? If do we arbitrarily say, okay, make those changes based on one council member or two, or if right now the way the schedule is, they're not coming back till they're way farther into the drawings. So how do some of these things get addressed on the drawings? I know I gave you my list, but the whole entry is, to me, it needs to start over. So how does that happen? And how does that affect the whole project, the budget, these extra projects, the schedule, you know?
Well, I think the best we could do is to take your questions and provide some responses to those questions as we continue to look at the design, just provide you responses to those. And we could do that. We'll take some time in doing that, but more than happy to ask LPA and our staff to respond to those as we continue to progress through the design.
What kind of time are we talking about?
I would have to turn to Jeremy because I can't commit him and his staff for responding to those. He hasn't seen that full list in writing yet, so I'll want to share that with him, but perhaps Jeremy can give us some idea of timing. Todd, maybe you have some perspective on that.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I would have a hard time imagining this coming back. I mean, if the expectation is that the questions get addressed and then come back to council with another presentation, I'd have a hard time seeing that happen in October. I think the best case scenario would be no. So we'd probably be at least 6 weeks out at the bare minimum, 6 to 8 weeks out before coming back to council.
Are there parts that they could keep moving forward on? I mean, I know they want to do the whole moving forward all at once, but
So Councilmember Landry, if I may offer, I'm just going to say this. I think I have the most substantive and different assessment than the other council members. A lot of my comments and technical comments can be worked through, as can yours. My comments have more to do with staff than they do LPA, but I mean, LPA is going to have to do a very good code review because I think they've got substantive challenges in their code. The city has to initiate the plan check and code reviews sooner rather than later. They need to get the electrical PG&E relationship worked on sooner rather than later. They need to tie down the budget in all the things we've identified.
Can I ask a question?
Let's have Councilmember Bybee first, if I may.
Oh, I'd like to ask what exactly is wrong with the entryway? And
it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work? I mean, that's your view of it.
You're right. That's my view of it. It doesn't work. They're cutting into the trees. They're wide. They got sidewalks dead ending into ramps. They have cut off the corner of the parking lot to try to accommodate 3 pathways that don't work. So my opinion, it doesn't work. So I may be alone in that, but it just doesn't feel right, doesn't look right, doesn't work right.
And so what happens if they go back and change it and two other council members don't like what the change is, or three members don't like what the change is. We're going to keep going round and round and round on this. And it's really, I understand the fiduciary responsibility that we all have, but I think we're getting into the weeds way, way, way more than we need to. And maybe individual council members have technical issues. Maybe the best way to handle it is to meet individually with Todd and with Brian and with Jeremy and talk about what it is that you're seeing that you think needs to be changed or addressed or is going to cause problems down the road. To continually go through this, it's above my pay grade, to be honest with you. And I have to put my trust in the professionals that we've hired and that are on our staff to be providing the best that they can and incorporating what comments they're hearing from individual council members to make it a good project. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, and then we'll go to Director Capurso, and then maybe we can try for a motion of some type.
I just have to concur with Councilmember Bybee, and I'm not even specifically addressing the entry or any, this isn't on any one specific comment, but I'm not impugning everyone's motives. We all want the project to succeed and we're all bringing our expertise to it. At the same time, there are things that I really liked about previous designs that have been long since abandoned because they just didn't work for one reason or another. And at the end of the day, I want to keep things moving. I know that there's still, even tonight, that there are still things to address and figure out. So that's just my perspective. I'm not, I think these are all valid viewpoints to take. So I understand where you're all coming from. Yeah, just want to say my 2 cents.
Thank you. So thinking about what Councilmember Bybee said, and then we'll go to Director Capurso. On Councilmember Landry's comments about the storm drainage, they were answered tonight by the consultant to her reasonable satisfaction. I am not as adamant about her comments about the parking lot and the drainage at the front door, but she has valid comments. They are definitely valid comments. And I do think they need to be revamped. I do. And there are other comments that she's made that need to be revamped. I would offer that my very cursory review of the code showed significant challenges when a 400 square foot room says the maximum occupancy is 3 people. There's some glitch there, and that's kind of consistent in the whole drawing. That's the kind of thing that needs to be fixed. My questions are pretty consistently, there's some technical ones, but there's some pretty consistent ones. They're just big picture, and staff has to work through those more than the consultant. Todd, Director Capurso.
Thank you. I don't know that I have anything great to add after that last round of discussion, but thank you anyway for honoring my hand up. I think there's a bit of a difference here in I completely appreciate and I think I'm understanding some of your comments, more specifically, Mayor, that there are things that can be resolved and some of the information can be clarified as the project moves forward. And I think things like budget and parking certainly fall into that. I think I have a little more concern for things like the entryway, which I don't want to say the entry plaza and the accompanying grade. I don't want to say that that's not important, but I don't know that the council will be happy if we move forward and tell you that's going to be resolved to everybody's satisfaction, then at some point down the line, it's not. So I'm thinking that there are some things that maybe need to be resolved one way or the other before we take them too far forward, because there have been a few comments made that maybe it comes back the next time you see it and it might work for two of you, but another two of you don't like it then. So I think things like that kind of feed into the actual layout of what we're going to call the project area. And I know there are some concerns about what that means too, but I do believe that we need to get some definition around those. And I do think that there are obviously some things about the site that could be cleaned up, parking, light fixture, signage. Completely agree. And I think those are resolvable and those can be resolved as we move forward. But I'm not sure that things like if there still remains any grading concerns and ADA concerns about the ramping down to the lower level and you know, and how we're going to get from the proposed entrance to PD down to the lower level with those different ramping pathways. If those are still of concern, I think we really kind of need to find out what the consensus is on those kinds of issues. Because I think we would put ourselves all at risk for not resolving those to the satisfaction of the group.
Okay, so let's try this. I do agree with Councilwoman Landry that there are some challenges with the front entry. I would offer that the change in the parking lot that skewed the exit doesn't look or feel right. It's just a strange configuration of a regular parking lot. It just, and the handicap stalls and all of that. I think that could try for a better look. I don't know what the solution is. If it has to be that way, I would accept it, but I think it could be done better. In terms of the lower level entrance, I'm curious if you can't, there's two ramps down, one, I'm gonna call it north and one south of the ramp up. I am wondering if you can't just eliminate the ramp on the south side and just have a set of stairs from the lower level into the entrance into the mechanical well. I don't know that you need an entrance ramp down to both. I mean, one ramp is one ramp. If it's an accessible ramp, then I think that's just fine. I think losing the bicycle parking underneath the upper ramp would be a loss. That's an important bicycle ramp facility, bicycle parking facility. I'm not saying the entire thing needs to be redone. I'd be honest with you, I haven't looked at it that carefully, other than the parking lot looks weird. And the explanation in the presentation about having to make the stairs grading work. Can we eliminate it? Is there a way to just take that problem away? I don't think, and Councilwoman Landry, this is your issue. We just want the problem solved.
Well, and I brought this up last time. Nothing changed. So can you and
a lot of things changed. I mean, the whole area changed.
Okay. Several of the comments I made were made before. Those were not dealt with. Can you and I meet with Todd and Brian and Jeremy within the next week or several days to go over this so that we can get past this? I mean, it's been back and forth memos. It's back and forth.
I know.
Jeremy's
I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's that big a deal that they can't fix.
That's what I mean. Can we meet with them so when they go to fix it, that they fix it?
All right. So how about this? Following protocol that Brian has requested, you and I can meet with Brian and Todd. All right. And we'll do it by the end of this week, if they can fit it in their calendars. Okay. You there, Councilwoman Landry?
Yes.
Okay.
Not Friday, not Thursday, or not Friday, but that's okay.
Well, we'll find a date sooner rather than later. Okay, Todd, what else do you want? You're on the spot. You asked.
Well, I guess I just have to say that that does present some I don't want to say problem, but it certainly presents some sort of inequitable situation. Because I will say that when we held the schematic design meeting at council, the council directed staff to take the schematic design forward with 3 specific items. It was the entry plaza, the parking lot, and take a look at the restrooms. And that was the direction. And since that time, other comments come in by individual council members, and they don't get the benefit of the full council discussion. And so, I am concerned that if we do that, we're going to be changing the scope, and it happens and the other council members are not involved.
Okay, so very valid comment. And I think it plays into what Councilmember Bybee is speaking to as well, and supported by Councilmember Lopez. So let's try one more try at this particular item, which is the entrance. I do think the reconfigured parking lot is not, it's awkward. It's just an awkward physical configuration. And I don't know if other council members would have had a chance to look at the drawing and would agree with that. Ideally, if you have, it would be good to get your input on that now. The ramp down at the bottom and the stairs, I don't consider as big a deal as Councilwoman Landry is. So I wouldn't hold back on that. I think they've heard the comment. They're going to take a fresh look at it, but it's going to be what it's going to be. Any Councilmember Lopez or Bybee to make you feel engaged and make sure that staff feels that it's not a one-off council member comment. Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, at least with regards to the ramp, I think I'm totally fine with your suggestions as being a potential solution, and I think that can be easily addressed.
Okay. What about the drive? What about the parking lot and the revised entrance exit, the revised exit line? Have you had a chance to even look at what that configuration is?
I have. I mean, I just, as others have said, not all of us have the same level of technical expertise in that. I can see the issues just from how some of that might be awkward, and I'm open to improving that and finding a way to do that, but I don't have a strong alternative viewpoint to present.
Okay. I think the solution is better this time than it was last time. Last time, it just seemed like there were ramps and stairs and landscaping everywhere. This seems to be tighter, but I think it cost us in the parking lot in a way that's awkward. Councilmember Bybee.
Well, and I haven't looked at the plans, and I probably wouldn't be able to tell you whether it was awkward or not, Mayor, because I don't have that. That's not my background. I'm just pleased that, because initially there was only going to be one driveway in and out of the First Street facility, and I'm pleased to see that there is at least a second driveway that is one way out. So I was happy that got resolved. So as far as whether it's awkward or not, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Lopez?
Yeah, and I'll also add that I said in the earlier discussion that at some level, I think I'm fine with losing some parking. I know it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be optimal. And I just want to, that's a constraint under which, because several people have expressed that concern, under which the designers are operating. So that might be contributing some of the awkwardness of the placement. I'm less concerned with that, especially if it adds, just in general, but especially if it adds more flexibility. But I do want to be realistic about the trade-offs that we're asking them to make. Some of this, like I said before, is just physics and physical constraints.
Yeah, there's no question that it's a tough situation. The grade changes, the placement of the buildings and the existing elevations of the city hall, upper and lower levels, don't make anything easy. Okay, Councilwoman Landry, what can we do to make you comfortable that we can all agree to so that staff will feel comfortable? We won't come back as individuals.
Show me a better design.
Well, we haven't gotten there. So what can we do?
That's what I'm saying.
So, but I believe simply by saying that put staff in an awkward position because the remaining council members are not in that same position as you are. There's more an inclination to let the consultant take a fresh look at it, but not provide any additional feedback. They have a pass at it to make it better as best they can based on the comments they've heard from everyone tonight, rather than going back and having us go as individuals.
If we don't get it resolved now and they come back at 65, 75%, then it'll be a longer delay to fix anything.
So my comment is to that, not that I disagree. The consultant has heard all our comments as a group. They're going to do what they're going to do. And if they haven't solved it and coming back at 65 or 90%, whatever it is, and more than one of us disagrees with it, then they're going to have to change it. But until we get a majority or at least some type of consensus, I think that's where we're stuck. You follow what I'm getting at?
Yeah, Anne has her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. You're muted, Anne. Sorry. You're still muted.
This is a follow on to Councilwoman Landry's comments about the entryway. What would you suggest be an improvement to it? Maybe that one might be a better way to approach it and suggest what it is that's bothering you and possibly make a change so that the team can understand that.
I made the comments.
Well, would you mind repeating them? Would you mind?
Okay. They widened the walkway in front of the handicap space. It's cutting into the tree roots by almost 16 to 18 inches. The walkway they widened dead ends into a ramp. They angled the driveway bollards at the end. They're trying to fit a walkway, a sloping ramp, and the stairs that don't fit. They're cutting parking out, and that's, we're short. We're going to be short. I acknowledge that. But I typed them up. I gave them the list. I showed a map. I showed kind of where the line is. So I don't know how, other than designing it myself, which I'm really trying hard not to do. They have the comments, but they had a lot of those comments before. So that's my quandary is we're moving forward. I have kept the project moving forward. I have committed to Gary to keep moving this project forward, but I'm stuck right now. And so how do we move forward? I don't know.
Well, I'll be very candid with you, Councilwoman Landry, and I'm speaking to myself, obviously, at this point. You're one person out of 4.
You said you didn't want to move forward, Liz.
But for totally different reasons. For totally different reasons. I mean, we're talking now more about process. I'll let Chief Berg chime in while you ponder that.
I just wanted to maybe ask a question and then see if we could get some consensus.
Be my guest.
The issues with the front entryway and the parking lot, I think Councilmember Lopez made a very valid point that there are trade-offs between the parking, and keeping trees. And I think all of those things played into the design element. So I'm just wondering if there's some consensus about if we lose another parking spot and give up an existing tree, and then I would defer to Jeremy if there was consensus, if the council was comfortable making that decision, would Jeremy feel comfortable coming back with another design option? Because I think that's really where we're stuck right now, is fitting that exit driveway into the existing plan while maintaining parking and trees.
Oh, well, I'm not sure totally, because Councilwoman Landry has said that the sidewalk, relocated sidewalk now intrudes 18 inches into the roots of the existing trees. That's so let's try something, a variation. Jeremy, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you help us get out of this bind?
Certainly we can. And before we got to the plan that we have now, we developed a series of options. Options that didn't have the angular into the parking. We were asked to maximize the parking. And so this is the solution that afforded us the most parking on the public side. If we are willing to, if the trade-off is we lose a parking stall or two, we can straighten out the parking lot, make it feel more regular. We can certainly address all of Councilwoman Landry's comments about the width of the sidewalks, how they die into each other. But yes, we can address all those comments, but the trade-offs will be around parking. And I will say that it is going to be, and I don't know how this works with your council, but the feedback loop needs to, we can prepare a new site plan for you in a matter of days. We're a large firm with a lot of resources. We are happy to come back to you with quick sketches that lay something out that says, yes, you're headed in the right path. No, you didn't listen. Try this. That's very easy for us. But the problem that we have is when we develop an option, it gets shared with council in an informational memo, and there's no feedback provided. We've had the plan that we've had since June, and it's been our impression that that has been an accepted direction. And so how do we get the feedback?
So, okay, so that's identified a different issue. Thank you for making that clear. None of us saw it until this past week when we saw the drawings. At least to my knowledge, none of us saw it. Okay, so we have one challenge is to not get caught up in one person giving direction. We need to do that. We have another challenge that some council members don't feel appropriate, that it's appropriate for them or even the topic to be addressed at council level. So there's two separate issues. Okay, so all right, I'm going to take a moment while I'm thinking, and Councilmember Lopez, you're up.
Great. Well, I just want to address the narrower question of the driveway, and maybe that might be a productive place to start. Although I think the process questions are very important as well. I'm completely fine with losing one or two parking spaces. I would strongly prefer not to lose a tree. Jeremy, I know it's not something that you propose, but just if there is a trade-off, that would be my preference, especially if it addresses. And for me personally, I feel comfortable saying that and giving that direction. I don't know where the rest of the council will land. And then I don't personally, think that I then need to see the revision. It sounds like it's very possible for you to go and then make those trade-offs and address those issues with that greater degree of flexibility.
So Councilmember Lopez, I'm sort of in the same way as you. I was trying to think of a way to phrase it. I think that Jeremy has given us a way out, which is that what they've done is done what they were asked to do, which was to maximize parking, and this is where we ended up. If we now rescind that rigidity and allow them to lose a parking stall or two, and then that's the best direction we can give them to come up with a final tweak. Councilwoman Landry.
I'm not proposing taking any parking out. I think we can get more spaces.
You may be right, Councilwoman Landry, but we're trying to get to a consensus to give direction.
I know, but I'm just saying, I think we won't lose a space. We will gain spaces, probably 2.
And you may be right, but none of us have looked at the drawings and studied the drawings the way you have. None of us can determine if that's the case. That's giving a lot of specific direction, which is beyond what we really should be doing, I think. So would you be comfortable with the direction of allowing them to do a final pass at the parking lot and ramp configuration, allowing them to remove a stall or 2?
I don't know why you need to remove a stall. This isn't about removing
I'm
stalls.
asking a different question.
I don't want to remove any more. I want to add parking.
Okay.
That was your question was, do you want to remove a space? No, I want to add a space or 2.
Okay.
Well, if Jeremy
so I'm
can
gonna
do a sketch, he's saying he can do something in a week.
And so Councilwoman Landry, if they do that, it has to come back to all 4 of us. And then how are we going to do that? And do the rest of us feel that that's an appropriate use of the consultant's time or our time? I know that's not what you want to hear, but we may be there. Councilmember Bybee? You're
May I ask a clarifying question of
Sure.
Jeremy? So if we were to compromise on the parking and lose a stall or 2, is that going to affect the entryway? Will it be changed?
The entryway can you be more specific?
Well, to the issue that Councilwoman Landry is speaking, because she's not happy with the entryway.
She's got 2. She's got 2 issues, and she's got one issue, which is the parking lot and the configuration there. And the second issue.
I thought the parking lot, it impacted the entryway.
Yes, it does.
Well,
if you straighten the driveway out and make it look less wonky, you forgo some of the walkways on the lobby, you add parking.
Okay. So Councilwoman Landry, I think we have to accept that as council members, there's a point at which we can't design.
I'm not designing.
Yeah.
I'm commenting. I'm providing my comments. You've asked for my comments.
All right.
I'm providing them.
All right. So we need to bring this discussion to closure. And Todd, you have your hand raised.
I'm sorry. It seems to me that, just going back to the earlier iteration that Jeremy was referring to, we did have a squared off parking lot, right? So, and we extended it out on the First Street side by pushing the driveway north to gain parking. And it seems to me that what I'm hearing is maybe not necessarily a desire to gain parking or lose parking, but just to have a rectangular parking lot is kind of what the concern is, because people are not comfortable with the configuration. And I may be wrong about this, so I may ask Jeremy to correct me if I've got this wrong. I'm not sure that the side closest to City Hall can be pushed any further to the north. And it seems to me that maybe that's what Councilwoman Landry is asking, is can we push that side up to line up with the current driveway location to gain extra stalls, and I'm not sure that we can.
I think Councilwoman Landry's question is more complicated than that, Todd.
I think it is, but
She's talking about how all the walkways and all the ramps all work together or don't work together.
well, but she's also telling us that we can change the driveway and not lose parking. And
I did not say
I'm at
the driveway.
I'm at a loss for how that occurs.
The driveway location is fine.
Yeah, so
I'm not
Councilwoman
moving
Landry,
the driveway.
yeah, so Councilwoman Landry, we have to stop the conversation. We have to move forward here. Okay. So does anyone want to try for a motion and see if we can give clear direction? I would suggest that council authorize the consultant to finalize the parking lot, ramps to police station, and ramps to City Hall with the flexibility of losing a parking space or two, taking into account all the comments they've heard through council at the study session earlier.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have, I think, we should probably vote on this one, I think. Where's Brian? We should probably vote on this.
Can you clarify what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, so we're saying that the consultant will do a final tweak of the parking lot, the ramps and walkways to the police station and the lower level of City Hall with the flexibility of losing one or two parking spaces. We're trying to minimize the constraints that they're working with and give them some flexibility.
I'm okay, but I'm not, but you keep saying we're gonna lose spaces. That's not the issue. I don't think we're gonna lose any
Well,
spaces.
we want to give them the flexibility to lose spaces if that's the best thing to do.
So are you saying we straighten out the driveway?
I'm not saying any of that. I'm leaving it up to them.
And then what if it comes back and it's not solved?
If it comes back and it isn't solved, we'll have to take another look at it, but we have to have more than one council member or two council members say no.
I thought you didn't want to even move the whole project forward, Liz.
As I said, my issues are very different. My issues are very different.
So if we agree on this, is the rest of the project going to be able to move forward?
We need a motion on that. We have to move forward, Susan, and we have to get some kind of consensus. Councilwoman Landry, we have to get some kind of consensus. And I don't want you to feel left out, but we need to move forward on the decision.
I understand. I want to move forward, Liz.
Can you agree to the motion? All right, well, we're going to do a vote.
Okay, fine.
All right, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez and a second by Councilmember Bybee. May we have a roll call, please?
Clarification first. Is it just the entrance plaza we're talking about? We're not talking about the whole project?
We're talking just about the parking lot and just specifically about your concerns about the parking lot and the ramp and sidewalk sequence to the new police building and the lower level of the existing police building. That's all we're voting on.
Okay.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bybee?
Aye.
Councilwoman Landry?
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff is recused. Mayor Gibbons?
Aye, thank you. Okay, so unless Todd brings up another item that he feels he needs clarification on, the duration of this meeting is totally you're going to buy all of us a nice glass of wine, right? All right, Jeremy, is there any other specific item that you would like clarity from the council as a whole on?
No.
Thank you. Brian?
No.
Okay. All right, then we would, Councilwoman Landry?
Are we giving them direction about the signage and the lighting?
That's gonna come up in the next motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So Councilmember Lopez?
I don't know if this needs to be a motion, and maybe you're going to get to this, Mayor, but I think it's important, whether for us or at the staff level, to address the communication and process concerns that Jeremy brought up, which I think are important.
Thank you. I think we can bring that up after we make the motion, but
Okay.
please don't let us leave without doing that. Okay, so I'm going to try again, putting some phrasing together and see if this helps. Okay. There's a motion might be something along the lines of supporting the continuation of the DD drawings into the construction document phase of this project with, and then Councilmember Landry would add in something about looking for a cohesive site, civic center site with lighting, landscaping, whatever else you want to put in the signage, some other lighting things that you feel are needed to make that motion, move the project forward, but pick up on those type of items. They're kind of a motion that you might be able to try, Councilwoman Landry.
Okay, that I make a motion that the consultant LPA do a more of a master plan incorporating features such as site lighting, site landscaping, site signage, and any other feature that would affect the image of the overall civic center.
And move forward with, or do you want that as a separate motion?
I think this is one motion.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. May I clarify? Move forward with to the construction document phase.
Wait, you had said about the master planning. I thought that's what we're motioning right now. That's a separate, that's a whole new little package for them.
Okay, so that was, okay, so you would like your motion to stand separately, okay? So we have a motion from Councilwoman Landry. Do we have a second for that motion? We have a second from Councilmember Lopez. And you have a question?
No, sorry. Yeah, I have a question first. Councilman Landry, can you clarify what master plan means in this context that they're using? What exactly would that entail on LPA's part?
Well, so master plan would be the signage would all be cohesive across the projects. The lighting would be cohesive across the project. They would look at landscaping, the plant material across the project. You guys have mentioned no lawn and other things. So it's this cohesiveness of what ties the whole civic center together. Signage, lighting, planting, the things that would want to have it all look like it's one complex.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. Council, we can go ahead and vote, but I felt comfortable with the direction I had given on this. I felt that there was clear feedback and points of agreement. I hadn't brought up the having the same landscaping for the whole project, and so I'm concerned that this is then gonna create a lot of new additional complexities. I think there are some things like making sure that the light bulbs and lighting are consistent that sounded like it might be straightforward.
So if I take landscaping out, take plants out, the rest is okay?
I prefer leaving landscaping in. I mean, I think this is already in their scope, to be honest. You and I've chatted about this. I think that there is supposed to be a master concept for and a commitment to work with the library. The Civic Center now is the Civic Center now. And we don't want it broken up into postage stamps. That's what we're trying to prevent. lighting is a big deal, the lighting fixture, the lighting standards in parking and in buildings and, site lighting, the whole sense of, you don't have to have pathways be the same, but there should be some cohesiveness of landscaping that ideally at some point could be extended around the city hall building. So that just like the magnolia trees are a core statement of what the Civic Center was, there's something cohesive about it. And landscaping and signage is critical.
I totally agree on the need for it. I'm zero disagreement there. I think it's just the introducing the phrase master plan that I'm uncomfortable with, because then that sounds like a new document that they have to produce rather than incorporating it into what they have, which is what I would like to see.
So how about something like a cohesive coordination? Because it's in their scope of work to work with the library people, the library consultant. So a cohesive concept for the Civic Center as a whole, rather than use the term master plan.
I would be fine with that, just, as long as it's incorporated into what's there and not some new thing that they have to produce and, spend months on.
I'm not asking to.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to clarify the language so the direction is clear. Yeah, but I think we're in agreement on the goals and the importance.
Councilmember Bybee.
Well, I would be more supportive of a motion that the project move forward with consideration of the council's discussion and direction to develop the site with coordination of lighting and signage to be a holistic look rather than a master plan. I think we've given them direction. I think that they've heard what we've had to say, and that's part of the process, and they should be taking that into consideration. Yeah, the council wants a uniformity, wants to have consistent signing, wants to have it all look like it's a civic center and not a police department and a building A and a building B.
So with that clarification discussion, I believe we have a motion with a second. So second. You're okay that we don't have a motion? Okay.
No, we have a motion, but there was no second.
Okay.
I'm just nervous. I don't want to do a master plan. I think that's a whole new animal. And
okay, so change the language. Instead of saying master plan, a cohesive planning effort regarding lighting, signage, and other features that's going to make this look comprehensively coordinated.
So Councilwoman Landry, I think Councilmember Bybee was trying to simplify it and do one motion. She was saying, move the project forward with, and you want to repeat what you said?
Taking into consideration the council's direction about a cohesive lighting, signage, and landscaping plan.
That works. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Bybee, and do we have a second?
Yes.
Have a second by Councilwoman Landry. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bybee.
Aye.
Councilwoman Landry.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Resnikoff is recused. Mayor Gibbons.
With regret, no, for the reasons I stated. Okay. Where is Jeremy and Todd and Brian? Is there anything outstanding that you need from council?
I don't believe there's any additional information we need. Todd?
I think we are good. We'll regroup with the team later this week and with both teams later this week.
And I'll submit my comments in writing for you.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, and Councilmember Lopez, you were going to bring up your point. Yes.
Yeah, the process concerns. I don't know that's a motion, but wanted to bring that up.
So I think that's a fair comment for staff. there was a comment from the consultant thinking that council had been engaged with some alternative concepts that we were not. So if there is at some point some information that needs to get to council in a timely fashion, can we ask that you do so, and that we ask the consultant to stay on top of something that they're looking for information and confirmation on? Okay, Brian, Todd? Todd, you're frozen. There you
Yes.
go.
Yeah, I don't know that we have reiterations to bring back, but that would be clear. If there's options, we'll be clear to present those.
In a timely fashion.
And I'll just clarify where I'm coming from. I don't know that this is on LPA, on staff, council, whoever. Clearly, there's some kind of miscommunication there has been. I think a lot of this will get resolved once we have a project manager. And so, you know, I think we have a path forward, but yeah, just reiterate the importance of that engagement. So thank you.
And I will reiterate the importance of having a project manager. I think we are struggling unnecessarily without one. Okay. With that, the final item is our council committee reports. Do we have things we would like to speak to? Councilmember Bybee, you're first. And you're muted.
Let's see. It's been a while since we've had reports.
I know.
I did attend the Cities Association meeting in August, and I think that's it.
Okay.
One. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Landry?
Yes, so I attended the chamber lunch last week. It was very nice. Had several presentations. I went to the grand opening of Jeffrey's jewelry store on Friday night. They have a beautifully remodeled building. They have plaques about the historic element of the building being the old firehouse, and they actually found a horseshoe that they hung on the wall. No other committee meetings, but heads up on next Wednesday, the 29th at 7 p.m. Most of us are going to be, or all of us are going to be in the general plan study, but the Cities Association is doing a comprehensive presentation on SB 1383 and how that is going to be impacting the different cities. And I think that's it.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yeah, main one for me was attended the VTA Policy Advisory Committee meeting. And the main item of discussion and interest was a comprehensive, a report on what was supposed to be a comprehensive plan for Highway 101 improvements and the results of a survey. We actually ended up voting not to accept the results of the survey and sending it back to staff because it omitted South County, which of course is a significant area that is served by that. So staff will be going back to look at that. So there was a lot of discussion of that. And I'll also mention that early tomorrow I'm leaving and going off to the California League of Cities meeting representing the city of Campbell. There's 2 resolutions being voted on, and so I really appreciate the research and work that Finance Director Fuentes did, and going into some experts get some more background on the resolutions and how they would impact the city of Campbell. So I'm sure I'll report back at our next meeting on that.
Thank you. And you're comfortable with all the information you need for the resolutions?
Yes, I think so.
Thank you. And let's see, Vice Mayor Resnikoff, if I can find his email to me. Okay. Let's see, no significant committee updates, just sanitation and TPAC, regular monthly meetings. Okay. And then me, I attended a U.S. Conference of Mayors Zoom meeting on the OSHA regulations regarding testing and vaccination. West Valley mayors and managers went for a video of 8x8 explaining how pleased the city is with the 8x8 communication system we now have. And I had a meeting with Supervisor Ellenberg, catching up on all the different kinds of things going on. And also did my State of the City on Friday, which I thank all of you for joining. And I thank very much staff for the hard work it took to pull it together amidst everything else that they're doing these days. We had a very nice turnout, and I think everything is up on the city webpage for anyone who would like to see that presentation. Also went to the Jeffries grand opening with great success. And on Saturday, I went to Los Gatos to receive, on behalf of all the West Valley cities representatives, we all got together with Congresswoman Eshoo and Assemblymember Lowe. Assemblymember Lowe gave the $7 million check, of which Campbell got the 3.9 million, yay. And all to support fire resilience. And then Congresswoman Eshoo handed out additional money from her grant program. Let's see. I went to the Association of Bay Area Governments Executive Committee, met for the first time in 3 months, and was an update primarily on the next steps for approving the Plan 2050. It will become before a joint board MTC ABAG Executive Committee on, I think it's October 21st. I will review the material. I believe the information for Campbell is still incorrect. And if it is, then I will make that statement. The Campbell Historical Museum and Ainsley House Foundation met and discussed how to move forward, and asked for the opening and looking for docents and so forth, having a pretty positive response to the museum being open, and asking for some funding from the foundation for various projects related to the garden. They have leased the garden for weddings into November. So they're going to be buying canopies. And what's nice is there's such a pent up demand that they're willing to take the risk on the weather even into November. Cities Association Selection Committee met, and we appointed some committee members, including a representative to LAFCO for our region. And I'm drawing a blank on who we appointed right now, but we did. And city attorney, we didn't, city clerk, we didn't, city manager, we didn't, expressway, we didn't, economic, we didn't, legislative, we didn't, and Silicon Valley Clean Energy, JPA, there have been 3 or 4 board meetings and risk oversight meetings. The good news is that this Silicon Valley Clean Energy actually succeeded in doing the first ever for a power agency, a prepayment bond, which it did a deal with Morgan Stanley, and it will save our customers our cost of power by $2 million a year. It's a very interesting, complex deal, very exciting, and really, really quite exceptional on all of the efforts that Silicon Valley Clean Energy is doing to help reduce our carbon footprint. And West Valley mayors and managers met, nothing specific there. And I think that's it. Okay, If there's nothing else. All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate the discussion. Have a good, and we'll see you in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whenever it is. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.